Epic music is over, and it's time to see even more epic matches. As now, welcome back everybody to Valorant League. Tonight, I'm Saprix. I'm joined by Smith.
Yo, hello.
We are bringing you the start of playoffs up in Division 4, Group 1 of Valorant League between Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. To be honest, one of the best names I've ever heard for a team. Don't know what you think about
Agreed.
that. Claytrons Academy, who are now leading with one win over Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia after they played before the stream started. So, two of the main teams of Group 1 Division 4, both standing at 4-2 in the regular season, now see each other in playoffs.
Yeah, it could be an interesting one.
Yeah, both those teams have equally won a best of 3 against each other. Claytrons Academy won a best of 3 against Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, and Mafia won a best of 3 against Claytrons. So now it will be pretty interesting to see who's going to come out on top. And some sneak peeks about game 1, like we have actually seen the famous Zach support come down from Valkyrie on Claytrons Academy, and it actually worked out since they now have a win over Garlic Bread Mafia. Have you ever seen Zach support, or how do you imagine that is played?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. These kind of off-meta supports. I think it was maybe season 9 or even season 8. I think where we had like the likes of a Vigar support and Misfortune came through. I think in the pro scene. So yeah, I mean, with Zach, it's certainly just that typical kind of like meaty front line, isn't it? Just to kind of distort the opposition there while the ADC does the damage. So, and obviously the passive comes in handy as well in those fights and coming back in. So yeah, so in terms of picking, I mean, I don't know who the ADC usually goes for, but obviously you want someone else who is quite more forward. You don't like an Ezreal kind of thing's not really going to match up very well there. But they've just seen that the bans are coming through as well. We've actually had a Vayne and a Corki and
Senna, Corki,
sorry, yeah,
and Vayne
and Ban, yeah. But yeah, so I mean, I think it's an interesting one, and it also just keeps the opposition thinking, which I like. They're like, oh, another Thresh, another Nautilus. So yeah, no, I like it. I like these. It could be good. Just has to be executed.
And we just see
way.
We see him again now. So we'll be able to see the ADC pairing now. Last game we saw a Tristana paired up with the Zac. In the game we missed on stream, so you were spot on that. Incisor on his side plays things like a Kalista, the Draven. So a lot of things that could actually match with the Zac, as you said before. And the Volibear comes through just to make ganks happen. Pretty strong pick, pretty strong early game jungler, probably the best right now. And yeah, Claytrons Academy will grab that one for themselves as we wait for the 2 picks coming up from Mafia.
I do really like those first 2 picks actually, because it's all about the dive ability as well, isn't it? The Zac and the Volibear both tower diving, so it looks like that Incisor is going to be the carry pretty much, and all the damage and potential win condition is going to be on him. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. That's kind of a do or die team tactic there from them, I think.
I feel like we always say that when we find ourselves a team composition with a lot of tanks, we always say that they don't really have damage, but tanks actually do a lot of damage this patch. They can build Sunfire, they can build Demonic Embrace, and Zac is just one of those users. Maybe not support, maybe he'll opt for maybe the Locket of the Iron Solari or something like that, but the tank build, the tank AP hybrid build is always a possibility for the Zac and makes him pretty strong. We see the Tristana paired against the Kai'Sa. Now, Kai'Sa, of course, plays Kai'Sa. I mean, his name says it all.
Yeah.
Sejuani. Sejuani top, probably. Not seeing Viego go elsewhere down in the jungle. And second phase ban, the Nautilus, looking to weaken that engagement. I don't really know how the matchup with Zac against Nautilus goes, but if they banned it, maybe they are not really comfortable with it.
Yeah.
And Yeah, I'm curious about this fourth pick on the red side. Mid and top still open, and a lot of possible picks for Krokombe and Ikuya.
Yeah, so yeah, like you said, still got the mid lane and the top to go. Of course, no pick from either side on those ones, so it's kind of blind picking here, which is interesting because blind picking your mid lane is always a risky game. So going for the Talia, yeah, a safe, nice, easy, safe mid lane pick. And just going all that scalability late game sort of thing.
The good thing I find about Claytron's composition is that there's a lot of people who could actually tank the Sejuani ultimate. Like that Sejuani ultimate is meant for Tristana, it's meant for Talia, but Zac and Volibear will always be able to tank that for the AD carry and the mid lane, and making the Sejuani pick not really valuable at this point of the draft. Victor and Shyvana double AP now.
Yeah, a lot of magic damage, of course, Kai'Sa with the magic damage coming through as well. So kind of slightly concerning, like you said, when they've got those two beefy frontliners, but obviously will depend on, now this is their top laner being picked, and a third beefy Ornn. I really like that, actually. I think in terms of draft at the moment, it's already screaming Claytron have got the better draft for me at the moment.
3 tanky picks, Ornn, Volibear, and Zac.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The hyper carries, the Tristana it's all on her, so do or die kind of thing. Whereas, on the other side, you've got quite a few options. The Viego can pop off, the Kai'Sa can pop off, the Victor can carry. So it's 2 drafts where one's kind of, the damage is quite spread out, and then Claytron, literally it's like they put all that pressure on that tiny little Yordling. So we'll see.
This is a Sejuani support. I didn't notice that this is Sejuani support. So basically, I've seen a bit of a rise of Sejuani support, and not a classical support, but you can build her like Electrocute and full AP with something like a Rocket Belt or a Night Harvester. That's so much damage in the 2v2.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Sejuani support against Zac support, this is going to be spicy in the boss side of the map. Really looking forward to see that.
Yeah, it's funny actually. Yeah, because that was the other kind of the off meta tank support I thought about actually. Sejuani, that and it's going to be a really interesting clash. Kai'Sa is probably going to struggle a bit to begin with in that bot lane. I think Tristana, Zac is. I mean, they're literally going to be jumping on you. Not physically.
No mobility.
Yeah, exactly.
Apart from D.
Yeah, and no peel really, much peel from the Sejuani, also, Sejuani's passive, on the E, I should say. So it stacks with melee champions. So only the Viego. Shyvana
too.
Yeah, exactly. So there is that kind of concept to think about sometimes with that. Obviously, so Kai'Sa's not going to be stacking that, like a Braum or something would. So there is that, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, there's still potential. I'm just leaning towards Claytron for now, I think.
I feel like if they didn't blue one Sejuani here, they could have went for the Braum in the later stages of the draft, but they were just stuck with the Sejuani from the initial part of the draft, and now they found themselves in a pretty bad position, as the Sejuani won't really find much success in the bot side of the map. Only Viego, as you said, can proc that passive. And Tristana also, mid-range against mid-range, Kai'Sa against Tristana. Tristana will probably always win since she has so much more burst of damage. I think it will be pretty hard for garlic bread cheesy garlic bread mafia to find something in the bot side of the map. Maybe looking to get a Shyvana fed in the top side, but Shyvana also needs dragons, and dragons are in the bot side of the map. So how can you actually manage that?
Yeah, it's like when you put that kind of champion with that aspect. It really does take away. Although adds resistances very little, but it's one of those ones where builds up, and 4 dragons later that she's a lot tankier as well. Well, yeah, exactly, and she obviously does bonus damage to the dragons as well, so she's very good at taking them down. So again, that's kind of why Shyvana is a jungler now, and she's not a top laner. They've shifted that on her kit to do that. So I mean, that's got to be a key point and if their bot lane is struggling on the back foot as well, then Volibear obviously is very good in his early game as well. So he will definitely be able to take the dragons quite early on if he has the opportunity. So yeah, it's something to keep an eye on. Viego will probably, he loses that duel early on. But obviously once he hits level 6, then things start to change. But yeah.
Well, let's hope that the fresh breeze of Freljord can help Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia in the early game. You know what else is fresh and really cold and helpful in a really hot summer?
Yeah.
Well, we have a new sponsor right now. We have Chulo Drinks, some great Japanese styled drinks.
Very nice.
Which you can find in more than 100 stores in the UK. You can order them on their website with code VL20. You get a 20% off. And as we will pause for a bit and resync with the broadcast, we'll see you in a few seconds.
Okay. Yo.
No problem. Yep.
Hang on. Yep, I'm at 10. We are.
And we are right on to the Rift. Stars are shining with the names of 2 teams so far this playoffs. Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia and Team Claytrons Academy. Both clashing to get in that semi-final spot and maybe match against stronger teams or maybe even be crowned king of Group 1 Division 4. Let's see how this one will go. Claytrons Academy claimed the first game of the series. Wasn't streamed sadly, but they also won with the composition with Volibe, Tristana, and Zach. Let's see if they can make it happen again.
It's interesting when the kind of the pick and bans, after the win, that they still let those champions through. I mean, I don't know what the performances of each player were, but clearly, Volibear obviously is just a strong pick anyway, and being part of the win there. But yeah, both teams clearly already see their bit of skirmishing, setting up pretty safely. Nothing too crazy like I've seen in the lower leagues when there's been that level 1 craziness. But nice to see some structured, book playing to the book kind of play. But you do see there at the bottom, though, in the bot lane, you'll see it might be an ambush in that brush there. So might be moving the action there.
Kind of spicy. Maybe Kaisa and the boss rack actually expect that.
Yeah, I think they know, because I think they know the jungler is topside. So they know they're in the bush there. Yep, they're holding on for it. They're going for it.
Kaisa gets knocked up as Incisor tries to find that bomb proc. The Ignite will take him down. Less than half HP now onto Kaisa. Will make the lane really, really hard for Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. And really hope to see how this matchup between supports go actually. Sejuani against Zac. Zac can jump over the Sejuani, but can Sejuani actually knock Zac?
Yeah, so when going through the air, she should be able to interrupt that as well with the dash. I'm pretty sure, I think. I'm not 100% certain. Never actually seen it myself, but yeah, that's those kind of interactions. And obviously, of course, there's the Volibear that jumps in, or when he's dashing in with his run. Sejuani can obviously block that off as well. So there is a bit of peel potential for the Sejuani. It's not a totally useless support that it might seem. So she has got the peel potential at least. Unlike the Zac. Yeah.
So we see Volibear skipping rocks in the top, and skipping Krug, sorry. And going straight to the boss side of the map, and Viego will be here too, so maybe some sort of skirmish, 3v3 in the boss side of the map. I feel like for now, Tristana and Zac will have the advantage.
Yeah, definitely the plan. So I'm a jungle main, so 5 camp clear when you're on a strong champion like Volibear is you'd want to get just early map dominance as your jungler. You don't want to be full 6 camp clearing because it just takes the amount of time when he goes from red up to Krugs to go back down is just so much extra wasted time. So he's looking here. He's seeing if there's going to be a potential gank. You know, he knows his bot lane are pretty strong early on as well. He's coming in, but I think
Coming from the lane, actually.
Yeah, Cheesy Garlic Bread, I think, are aware that ward has just popped as well. So, of course, now you can see the rubble of it, and they're going in here.
Basrak might be in trouble. Gets knocked up. Actually, doesn't get knocked up. Tristana now on the side, stunned in place. The Cloud of Storm do some damage as the bomb takes him down. Less than half HP yet again onto Basrak.
Yeah.
But no lethal in the first 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, the problem there is you're going for Sejuani, whose passive is literally an anti-engage passive. So obviously she gets, after a period of time, she regains a huge chunk of armor and magic resistance when she's not been involved in combat. So, I mean, focusing on Sejuani is really not going to be useful. So just poor target selection. Great idea, though, through the brush. And maybe next time might be able to get the Kai'Sa.
This stayed quite a bit in the bottom side of the map, so he will lose some of the CS in the top side of the map. Volibear will be able to be on par with the Viego yet again. And he actually used Ghost during the gank at the bottom side of the map. He went for Ghost, not for Flash, looking for that Predator buff. No action in the other sides as Akon, the mid lane, gets knocked up a bit of heavy trading, actually.
Yeah, really strong.
Nothing serious. What about the mid matchup though? We have a Spellbook Talia against Victor with the first strike.
Yeah, suddenly just had to flash away. We're back in the top lane.
Back in the top lane. Ghost used by the Shyvana, stunned in place. Cloud of Storm.
Yeah.
Nothing serious yet again. Durability patch is just making them escape. So
yeah, you can just see that Claytron, they've got the idea right. There's just the execution just isn't quite coming through for them at the moment. You know the knock up from the Ornn and the Volibear stun would have been a certain kill, but just didn't quite get that. But yeah, as we were saying in this mid matchup as well, we've got the Talia with the spellbook as well, so really going to help with the spells later. Can have the ignite, pop the ignite out later instead of a teleport. But doing pretty well so far. We've got another fight.
Got another fight in boss side of the map. Valkyrie might be in trouble, but he has passive up. If he dies, ignite is taking him down. Incisor jumps away as he has to defend the blobs coming down from the Zac. Candy blobs, pretty good, and he will survive for now. But no passive onto the Zac. He still has flash, still has ignite. No summoners were used on the bot side. Only ignite from Sejuani. And Viego might be onto something as he approaches the bot lane.
Thinking about it. Yeah, of course, can get away pretty easily there. But the Drake is up now. As you can see, it's a Cloud Drake start off. Of course, Shyvana not anywhere near. Maybe could have coordinated better. But it looks like Viego's going for it anyway.
Actually, opposite to our expectation, Cheesy Guard Break Mafia took control of the bot side river. Even with the Volibear just spam ganking everywhere, top, mid, bot, and yeah, they grab first dragon of the game. That's a Cloud Drake, not too important, but brings you closer to that soul, of course. And no gold lead for now. By the Volibear.
Yeah, that's the good thing as well. Both Zac and Tristana, they almost can look after themselves. If one's in a sticky situation, both got that jump to get out of a dangerous situation. So, yeah, really hard to lock them down. Not really too much hard CC. Like you said, there's that Sejuani ultimate that's going to come up at 6, which is the way they're going to lock down that Tristana. But until then, at the moment, no kills in 7 minutes. Pretty intense, but quiet game so far, really.
No kills in 7 minutes as of now, and no significant goal lead. But usually when games goes like that and one team has an Ornn, the Ornn just automatically wins since you can grab those items. And we see also sort of a CS diff in the top side, with the item diff coming down to Ornn pretty strong in those situations, getting items directly in lane without having to recall, would you wonder. Who actually thought about that? That sounds broken on paper.
Yeah. I know, you got the shop in your lane all the time. Yeah, I think it's not many people see that as much. But yeah, he's still got his teleport. I mean, he's going back now.
Wait, come down from Claytrons Academy. With the top prior, with the mid prior they had. Just an easy blue buff for the Talia. Make her lane easier.
Yeah, of course you can see... is it Akonoka? Is that how you... Akonoka? Akonoka, maybe.
I'll just call him Noka.
Okay, yeah, but he's pretty low on mana at the moment, so he is on the back foot there. But you can see again, you're looking at the CS. The Talia is doing slightly better. Does feel a bit more in control of this lane. He's got that blue buff, as you can see actually. So that's doing wonders for her. So yeah, really dominating that side at least.
A surprise, DM doesn't find this blue buff on into his jungle. Poor guy. I don't know how you think about it as a jungle main, but that's usually so tilting when you don't even see the invade coming, and you don't even see it happening, and then just waste time to go on that side of the map, and you just don't find your cams.
Yeah. Oh, got the stun as well. That's I think that's actually a new effect that I've not seen. They actually get a stun now with the Talia combo. But yeah. Honestly, the steals just really slow you down because of the way the jungle is now as well. That once you don't have a camp, you're so far behind on XP that jungle camps XP has been slightly reduced. So it's that balance, obviously, of going to your lane, but also this is where the teamwork comes in play. So if you know the enemy mid laner is missing, are they going for a steal? Are they going to take it off you? And just lack of communication there means that not only did Viego lose his blue buff, that Victor also now was really struggling in lane. So, I mean, it's a huge switch round like that. But we got some fighting in the top lane, I think.
Fighting the top side of the map as Shyvana goes for the ultimate unstoppable for now. Ornn responds. But I don't think they'll actually find lethal on one another.
No.
Those two tanks are just unkillable, especially in a 1v1 situation. So it just slap a bit.
Yeah, this might be different though.
Might be drifting the bot side of the map as Kai'Sa gets pulled by the Zac flash. Ultimate coming down from the volley, but Kai'Sa taking down the bomb. Just one hit left onto it. Stunned in place. Forest Blood goes to the Sejuani. Volibear on the run. Coaster is the next one to fall as its soul is claimed by the Viego. And two kills go down to Carlos Cheesy Guarded Bread Mafia. And, not like we expected during draft.
Yeah, I think it was almost like those kind of ganks when it's like they're already running away and you're already committed and you just got to go for it at that point really. And they got the one kill, but might be another one here.
Might be another one in the mid side as Noka has to flash away from Kokombe.
Yeah, exchanging flashes there, but that's great for the Viego. He's got one kill on the board. Again, the Volibear, no kills, no assists either. Even though. It did. So they didn't get a kill. I'm very confused.
Not the greatest thing to see on the Volibear actually, as we talked about it. The Volibear, no fear in skipping camps, no fear in just ganking all over the map. He even has the Predator, has the Ghost. Having no kills is kind of sad after 11 minutes of the game.
Yeah. Just got one hit on with the Rift Herald, but
gives them mid-pry anyway and ready for this Drake.
Yeah. You see the bot lane, they're still kind of just about coming back. Viego is around though. He doesn't have his ultimate just yet, so he's not going to struggle to get into the pit and steal it really, I think. But they're coming around.
Has flash if he wants to use it. Bust trap, ultimate in just a bit. Looking for that Tristana up, flash. Not enough, red team will grab the Drake for themselves, but trap might be in trouble. Passive from the Sejuani popped. Only one last plasma stack needed for Kai'Sa. Can't really find his stun in place. Incisor jumps away, but Kai'Sa finds it. That's one kill for the cheesy AD carry.
Oh, good stun.
Oh, stunned in place. Unstoppable Viego stunned yet again. Krokombe. Bomb is sticking down. Bustruck takes one tower shot and Talaya tries to respond. Ooh, just a little bit longer and he would have died. Sejuani is able to go away.
Oh, very nice.
Knocked up. Two men coming down from the Victor though. DM will find the kill onto Coaster and Bustruck onto Krokombe. And
Horns in the wings.
Just playing this so damn well. Cheesy Guarded Bread Mafia, we underestimated them in draft, but they're playing around those objectives so damn well. They got the Drake. No, they actually didn't get the Drake. Volibear got the Drake, but they won the fight. They got that beautiful two-man stun in the mid. And now they'll be able to just push this mid, maybe grab some plays. And just great team play on those team fights, but not so great onto the objectives.
Yeah, didn't get the Drake. It was just a single Ocean Drake, so not really going to do much in terms of the game. And Claytrons, they took the dragon, but unfortunately they lost a lot of blood in that 5 kills to 2 now. From 0 kills in this entire game at 7 minutes, and then the next 7 minutes you got 7 kills. So, really great play there. I just highlight Noka's gravity field at the end there that just had them nowhere to go, and it was just served them literally on a plate. So that was the best plate for them to collect. Certainly the dish served of Clayton. So really well played there, and just taking their opportunities. They're not forcing anything because you've seen that Claytons. They're the ones that Claytrons. Sorry, they're trying to force issues.
Last side. Wow.
Yeah.
Try to go for this Tristana.
But yeah, just reactive really from Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia at the moment, and they're winning, coming up trump. So it keeps going like this. It's going to only go one way.
Viego now approaching the top side of the map. Probably Claytrons Academy actually knows this, since 2 members of their mid jungle is actually coming down on top. Ornn might be in trouble. The Call of Forge God is called upon the river. Unstoppable. Doesn't get stunned. Knock up onto 2 coming down from the Ornn. Looking for more. Shutdown goes to the tank. And the Shyvana is on the run as 3 members of Claytrons Academy looks to hunt her down. Looking maybe for their tower dive, no ultimate onto the void. But Victor is making his up top. Spotted by a contra ward. Will just stop his charge. Great idea from Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, to be honest, but didn't really get that info before getting into the action. Like, you didn't know where the Volibear was, you didn't know where Talia was. How can you actually go for that sort of play without information?
Yeah, exactly. It's just a lack of team communication there, and like I said, they've been really great at reacting to the team fights and react to the situation when the dragon was taken. But there, obviously, like we said, like the blue buff was taken early. If there was just that better communication about where the Talia was, and obviously she was going to be going top, and then that kind of wouldn't have happened. And that's Viego's first death of the game as well. So that's brought the Volibear back up to his level as well. Got a kill and assist. So Rift Herald is now up and being looked at, and the bloodbath might continue, I think.
As for now, doesn't find the knock up onto the Victor, sorry. And we are starting to see some item spikes coming down from each member of both teams. Ludens completed for both mid laners, and a nice bar gauntlet for both Shyvana and Ornn. And who's gonna have the best 3v3 in the top side of the map, though? I feel like Viego, with how much he didn't gank in the early game, he will actually find some sort of success with his level advantage, his item advantage. I feel like Divine Thunder is so damn strong in those situations.
Yeah, it's interesting the kind of the changes in Viego over time and stuff. So obviously he goes to Divine Thunder, he's gone Merc Treads as well. A bit more of resistances rather than sometimes. I mean, there were used to be going like Triforce into Berserker's Greaves for some people who just really wanted to go all out damage. But they've realised, now that you just got a bit more sustain, especially against 3 like super tanks he's playing against as well. So a lot of CC in there as well, and got to just basically survive until he gets his execution with the ultimate, and that's when he can get his chain. And I think it might be happening here.
Jump used by both Zac and Tristana as Hoxon TPs behind the enemy lines. Ultimate from Sejuani misses. Hoxon charges. Nothing for now as they claim sole control over the river.
Yeah,
remember,
that's okay.
Hextech 4, there's a possibility still.
Yeah.
Viego will grab the dragon.
Yeah, second dragon in the game, of course. It is the Hextech soul coming up. So that
probably the strongest
speed,
soul.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that attack speed on the Kai'Sa is going to be unbelievable if they do get it. So, slow and steady, I think. And but certainly signs. I mean, you can see the gold actually. Claytrons Academy, they're actually up in gold at the moment. So that's just basically this CS pretty much across the teams, really. But I think it's just about those reactive team fights, really. I think just a bit more communication for Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, and they'll do a lot better. Just been caught out a couple of times.
This mid turret is so damn low. Volibear has ulti, so tower dive is a possibility. Noka still wants to defend this.
Yeah.
See what they decide to use for it. Herald is called on the mid lane. Viego gets knocked up for a bit, but Sejuani is here to help. Only one proc stunned in place in the air. Zac still has the passive, so I don't think he's going to be at the old jumps.
Yeah.
Just not enough to find him. He still had the passive, but
Yeah.
he's able to jump away. This little Zac. So funny how he becomes smaller
Yeah.
when he has lesser HP. Always found that funny. So mid lane falls for Garlic Cheesy Bread Mafia. Maybe Naka falls too, but he flashes away in time. Great reaction down from the mid laner. And so mid lane falls now. What does this mean? The map opens up a lot more for Claytrons Academy. They will be able to set up some more vision around the map, look for maybe some ambushes, some traps. What do you think they should do at this moment of the game with the pressure they have?
Yeah, so like you said, that's the third turret of the game that's gone down. So as you can see across the board, it's one turret taken down by Cheesy Garlic Bread, despite having those early wins with their jungler. Actually, Claytrons Academy have taken down 2 outer turrets in those outside lanes, in the mid lane. Sorry, I should say their turrets are taken down. My bad. Switch them around. Let's pretend that never happened. But yeah, so they've taken that mid lane turret, which I think actually is more vital because, like you said, that focus is going to be there. The Victor is going to be pushed back, but we've got a bit of a fight.
Yeah, Zac is pushed back too as his passive gets popped. 3-man pushback coming down from the Tristana, but Zac will die anyway. Valkyrie goes straight back to spawn. That's a bit of a pain in their side, as you really needed this Zac to keep the momentum going. And Sejuani keeps the momentum going for her team as Kai'Sa finds the kill onto Tristana. That's 80 carry diff for you. One last star shot, shutdown goes to the Volibear. Not exactly where you want the shutdown to be, but a shutdown anyway.
Yeah, going to the next turret. At least Volibear is there to try and defend that, but maybe Talia should have been mid. Oh.
This all started with Valkyrie getting caught, sadly. Out of position, finding the Zac, finding the kill, the passive gets procced, so he dies and he will not respawn for a bit of minutes.
Yeah.
Thorn. They can't really kill this, no, stunned in place. Might look for return, but no. So, like, Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia actually had a pretty good charge into the mid lane, looking to counter that tempo that Claytrons had on the map at that moment. So you maybe took our mid turret, but we'll take yours and we'll even tower dive you. And how do you respond to that? And yeah, pretty good change of plans coming down from Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, being able to recognize that situation and that they could actually do that. Let's see if they can maybe force a bit more around the map, as this Volibear is getting kind of outskilled by the Viego.
Yeah, it's certainly getting to that point. He's had his early game influence best he can, but now, yeah, Viego with the damage, with the ultimate resets, is taking over. Of course, less turrets to have for that dive potential as well with the Volibear. With the Stormbringer, and but now we're actually kind of seeing the builds coming through as well. So obviously, Kraken Slayer, both on those ADs, is just a given.
A lot of damage.
I mean, yeah, they've got to against these behemoths on the map. But yeah, and then the mid laners still kind of working on. I mean, they're not going to be doing too much. They're obviously their focus in a fight. The Talia is going to be going for that Kai'Sa, and vice versa. The Victor is going to be focusing on that Tristana if he can get to her. But I mean, these both very beefy front lines. And Shyvana obviously has gone the tank build, which isn't that as effective as it used to be. Really, I mean, it's great to kind of distort the front line, does a bit of damage, but I mean, like you said, the AP tank kind of balance, the combination of that is actually so much stronger. So kind of questioning on the Frostfire Gauntlet, but we'll see how it goes. The fight might start now.
Spazrak finds the charge onto Talia, but he might be in trouble. Call the Force God, called upon the river. Knocked up, no, doesn't find it up. Coaster finds the first kill of the fight. Victor follows up with the kill onto Valkyrie. Shut down for the mid laner as they look for more. Garlic Cheese Bread Mafia. Hot. Claytrons Academy out of the river, and they look to claim the dragon. Maybe Incisor and Krokobe can disrupt them somehow, but they're pretty damn low.
Yeah. Just a bit careless there at the end was a shame because. So what happened that fight there? That pretty much both ADCs weren't focused at all. Tristana was literally just free hitting on the side. Unfortunately, not quite doing as much damage as she needs to. She was hitting. Basically, she was focusing the Shyvana and the front line, the Sejuani, and couldn't really get to the victor. It was going kind of well, and then the Viego just stormed in, and 3 quick kills were taken, and Claytrons went down to 2 men, and then just a bit carelessness from Incisor at the end there, trying to face off against a victor. And they get their 3rd Drake, and Cheesy Garlic Bread, didn't do anything too crazy. Literally just kind of reacted to the fight, kept their cool, and came out with a dragon and 3 kills. So 4 kills, I should say. Unfortunately, Claytrons, I think they're a bit more sporadic, a bit, all over the place there. Didn't quite know what the game plan was. You can see both in their bot lane are 0-3 now, so Tristana not kind of working at the moment.
Everyone probably wondering right now, how can Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia keep getting away with it? Like, they're responding to every single engage that Claytrons Academy jumps onto them, but at the same time they have so much damage to respond. They have the Victor inside the choke that's deadly most of the times, especially in the river.
Oh.
And at the same time, deadly is Talia too, as she finds revenge onto the Victor, as Victor goes back to base. And maybe you didn't really respond well to that, Noka, but
yeah, going for
Baron
the Baron
trade. Wow, do they have the damage to do this?
I don't think so. They got the Kai'Sa. She's doing alright, but
Plasma Stack's doing
Orm's TPing in as well.
TP comes down now. Knockup will not land onto the ADC. Valkyrie might be in trouble. Volibear jumps inside the pit. The Stormbreaker blue team will grab the Baron. As they will smite it in time. Crocom base, the first one to find the kill onto the Sejuani. Time in trouble inside the pit. No way of escaping the Shyvana. Can't really do much from this range. Valkyrie even respawns to laugh in their face. And Claytrons claim the fight, but not the Baron, as Viego will try to run away with it.
Yeah, the only one left with the buff. And yeah, just really dicey. I mean, again, as soon as you see the other team coming towards you for Baron, you're basically playing a 6 versus 5 with Baron attacking you as well. You've reduced resistances, another kill goes down.
That kill goes onto Valkyrie, but they're pretty low, but not enough damage coming down from the Talia for now. And maybe they thought they actually had the damage to get the Baron.
Yeah.
Maybe they have the damage to take Talia down, as Viego here.
Oh.
It's just a 2022 Champ Season 12 CEO in the jungle.
Yeah.
Says, you can't really counter me, I'll just find the kill anyway.
Yeah. I know, he's just incredible. Viego's one of my main picks in jungle because he's just so versatile, like he can 1v1, he can team fight, he can be tanky. Honestly, it's just, I love the dynamic nature of him as a champion. So, really popping off here. They did actually nerf him last patch with a few things. So you can't combine your W, when you go invisible, stealth, sorry, into your stun at the same time. So, but yeah, I think actually Tamar, the one saving grace for Claytrons at the moment is the Talia. She's really dishing out damage. She's just
3 items.
Bought the Void Staff as well. Yeah, so she's got the Shutdown Gold. She got it off the Viego, I think. So yeah, that's the one that you got to look for that's going to carry them, because unfortunately, as you see, the Tristana hasn't quite gone to plan on 0 and 4. So yeah, that's kind of the way they've got to go. And Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, they've got quite a few options. Everyone seems to be doing all right. The tank, you've got Shyvana finally is coming through with that Demonic Embrace as well. So that's going to really hurt their squishies on the side of Claytrons.
Like, Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia is a lot facilitated by their comp, since they have so many threats. They have the Viego, they have the Victor, they have the Kai'Sa. Like, there's so much damage coming down from their sides. And on the other side, you have a lot of AP damage. You have the Zac, you have Ornn, you have Talia, and you have only one AD damage dealer in the Tristana, and a bit in the Volibear, but also the Volibear does a bit of AP. And if the Tristana falls down, as you said, there's not really much you can do, as you don't really have AD damage unless the Volibear builds some, but instead he's going for the tank build. And we'll see how they decide to position for this fight, since this Tristana is not really in top form at this moment.
No. But, it's like, I'm a football guy as well. Some professional footballers, they have their off days. The pro players, they have their off days, and that's okay. I think the important thing in this best of 5, what makes a difference is not letting that get to your head and trying to overcompensate that in the next games. So, the next Drake is up. This is sole point for Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. So, this could be a turning point. See if Claytrons can keep them off it and even take it possibly.
Victor going for a flank. He will get spotted by so many words.
Sure.
And we'll see what's the initial skill shot of the fight. Usually team fights get started by one single skill shot, like the Sejuani ultimate, the Call of the Forge God from the Ornn. Now just a little bit of poke coming down from both the two teams. No flanks on the side. Very easy to follow up. Zac won't find the knock-up. Dame dashes away. Sejuani might be in trouble, stunned in place. Shyvana now in the midst of the fight. Diem finds the first kill of the fight onto the Tristana on the side. Coaster onto Noka. Noka finds the kill onto Zac. The blobs won't help them this time. Double kill for the Viego in the back line. This pick is so damn broken as counter now is the next one to fall in the river. Ornn runs away as he watches his friends die, and Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia claim the soul and maybe claim some even more turrets onto the rift. Ornn will be the next one to fall. Unstoppable
Nice.
won't save him for now. One kill onto Kai'Sa, that's perfect.
Yeah, really nice play there. That again was improved from Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. So DM giving the kill over to the Kai'Sa rather than take it for himself, because he's got his Death Dance, he's got his Divine Thunderer, he's in a good place. He just wants his ADC to basically shred those tanks more and more. So giving that final kill over is a nice little gift for his ADC there. But clearly needs to leave the game and reflect. Or the internet is not quite up to scratch. Maybe.
Yep. Some sort of problem. We have a pause here, so bit of a connection problem coming down from Kai'Sa, but everything should be fine as we will hopefully get back right into the game. But let's discuss a bit more that last team fight now. And
Yeah.
I really loved the aggression of the Vieg onto the back line. Like, they didn't have any single way they could peel for the Tristana, since both the Zac and the Volibear and the Ornn were in the midst of the fight and he couldn't really do anything to block the Viego.
Yeah, that's the problem you see when you do go for a kind of a different pick like the Zac support, that you kind of have to make sure it does work, because if it doesn't and you're on the back foot, then there's not really much you can do. You know, the Sejuani, at least like we said, has got that stun passive, has got the knock-up. I mean, Zac's got the knock-up as well, but obviously harder to kind of execute. So yeah, notice again, my focus was on the Kai'Sa. She was pretty much, because Zac jumped in as well. Claytrons are trying to engage and initiate these fights, but then the Zac jumped in all the way. And the problem is with these kind of champions that have long range abilities is his team are miles away and they just hit down the Zac. Kai'Sa steps back basically while her front line deal with the rest of the opposition and takes down the Zac very simply, and then just chain reaction from there, really. The Tristana, unfortunately, could get away, like you said. The Viego, the confidence exuding from DM at the moment has been the forefront of this team and has brought his team back into this, or kept them ahead, that's for sure. As you can see, about a 5k gold lead and a soul point now on that Hextech soul. So, I mean, it's looking pretty difficult now for Claytrons, but, I think it's more credit to Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia than have been the pitfalls of Claytrons, really, and they're just reacting really well and playing a good game.
Yeah, during the last team fight, actually, as you said, if the Zac decides to go in, it's so damn hard to follow him up if you don't have the right champs. And about that, Zac actually jumped in and didn't hit a single person. Kai'Sa was just able to quickly sidestep with the move speed coming up from her E, and no knockups were found by the Zac, putting him in just a useless position in the midst of 5 people, where he couldn't really do damage, get knockups, and he was just instantly blown up, and Claytrons Academy couldn't really find any more damage onto the sides, and no way to stop the Viego, as we might maybe stop this pause in just a few seconds. Maybe our problem was solved, but I'm curious to see now how they want to push their advantage. Do you want to push tourist? Which side do you want to put your vision on? Are you going for that next Baron? Since you can't really end, respawn timers are still pretty low. Talia and Tristana and Zac come down relatively quickly. And we're right back into the game. Pause was ended. And we'll see if there will be some more action. As the Shyvana and Viego in the boss side map look to grab this turret. no turret, no other turret for now. Maybe the top side one. Victor is going for that, and yeah, we'll see how Clayton decides to try and come back up again into the game. Might be pretty hard for them, but still a possibility.
Yeah, so as you can see, the game has cut open quite widely now. The inhibitors are all still intact, so it's quite a way off, and I think you can see the Baron there is up in about 40 seconds, so that's kind of the next focus, really, across this map. That top lane turret does need to go down soon, I think. It will just help open the whole map for Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. Just try and take that last outer turret down, because all their outer turrets are down. So, like we said, although they're in a pretty healthy lead in terms of gold, they're actually only level with turrets. And, you see pro games especially, maybe 1 or 2 kills, but it's the team that is strategic with their objective control, turret taking. If you don't take the turrets, you're just kind of floating around in the middle, just killing constantly. So hopefully with this Baron, they can actually turn the screw and get their first game of the series.
Baron just spawned, and Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia is hungry for some picks before the Baron. As they stun Taliyah in place, that might be a pick. Decide not to follow up on that. A lot of damage coming down from the Taliyah now. 3 items completed. Has that exec alternator, and she can dish out a substantial amount of damage with a lot of cooldown reduction onto her Q, which I feel it is probably like 3 seconds cooldown between each Q from Taliyah now. So a lot of damage coming down from her. As we prepare for this Baron fight. Baron dance that might come, no Sejuani ultimate for now. It will come back in just a bit.
My
beautiful style.
Damage.
No TP for the Sejuani, no way to come back fast. She just has to recall now since she can't really participate in the next fight. Let's see how Claytrons Academy decides to play around this. That's a 4v5 basically for just a few seconds. Victor TPs. And they might look to deny this Baron. A lot of steal potential come down from the volley, but to be honest, he can just jump over the wall. He has the ghost, doesn't have the flash, but a lot of damage from Claytrons Academy. As this Baron is going down damn quickly, the Divine Thunder is doing a lot of damage. Piego also has the Blade of Rune King, and Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia might just be able to get this. They get it. Yem will grab that Baron. As 2 members of Claytrons are blocked inside the fist, stand in place. Volleybit is the next one to fall, goes back to the Nexus. Yem might even look for more. Beautiful execution by Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, just pushing that advantage even in a 4v5 situation. Even with Sejuani not actually being there, they still get the Baron, they still get 1 kill, and they still look for more now.
Yeah, got to keep pushing, turn the screw. They've got the Baron buff now as well, though. Victor, nice stopwatch.
Nice stopwatch, goes golden. Might get knocked up anyway, flashes though.
Brilliant.
Sizer is here, doesn't even use the jump, and grabs that shot down onto the Tristana. Beautiful, 2 kills onto the Tristana, that's perfect if you're Claytrons Academy. Just
really unfortunate. And again, Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia did everything right. In the pit, got the Baron, got some kills, and that's when you walk away and reset. Don't go chasing more of those kills, because you've just lost 2 of your players. You've given 2 kills, her first 2 kills of the game, to the Tristana, who's now probably feeling a bit more confident and not feeling miserable, and Incisor is probably feeling the size of the Yordle himself. But now, those couple of kills really gets that confidence going. And suddenly it just flips that 5-man Baron, 3 kills to now just 3 Baron buffs and 2 kills returned. So really big shift there, and that's why I think just seeing this is our first game seeing these teams, and you can just see the kind of more the professionalism on the side of Claytrons Academy. That they are down, but they're taking what they can, best they can, and Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, they're just getting a bit carried away with the kills there, and just got to stick to the game plan a bit better. But still in the lead, still going strong. Just brush off the mistake and carry on.
Yep, 7k gold lead for Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, but not the best of ways to actually use that gold lead, as they will stuck up in this mid lane. so many flank angles possible for Claytrons Academy. The Zac is there, the Tristan is there, the Talia wall is there, even Volibear can come down from the sides if you don't put enough vision. If you stuck up that much in one lane, especially if it is the mid lane, there are so many ways the enemy team can engage you, but I guess for now Claytron Academy won't really find anything. And Mafia will just look to grab this buff and maybe a bit more farm onto the sides. Probably everything will be decided by the next Elder Dragon, and both teams are trying to position for that. Maybe with a trap, an ambush spotted by 2 wards. Buzzdrag goes in anyway, finds the sun onto the Ornn. He might be the first one to fall. Now nice onto the back line. Hoxon finds the kill onto the Ornn, and the soul is claimed by the Viego. And they look for more. Chijigari Bread Mafia. Kaisa on a killing spree finds the snipe onto the side.
Really good fight there. That was the first time I think for a while that Cheese Garlic Bread, I'm going to call them CB.
I'll call them Mafia.
CGB, yeah. But yeah, that's when they actually... Oh, I tried it.
Tried to go for the steal. That was her last chance, but she can't really do much. Good try by Kukombe, goes back to base. And you might just see the enemies yet soon again inside her own Nexus. Or maybe not, as respawn timers are not that long. So now, to be honest,
40 seconds. I mean, they should be able to get that first inhibitor turret, but the minions, as you can see, are really far away. So they've got no minions to actually aggro it. The Shyvana's pretty tanky, but obviously you can see the enemy have respawned, so not going to be able to take that just yet. But yeah, I was saying just before they took the Elder Dragon, that was the time when Cheese Garlic Bread actually initiated on the opposition this time, actually engaged. They went in, and then brilliant Glacial Prison from Buzzrack as well, just locks down the enemy, and then Viego doing Viego things.
Well, about Viego doing Viego things, he just found another kill onto the Volibear. Unstoppable charges yet again, finds another kill onto his after turret. Gets knocked down, maybe that's his end, maybe that's his death. Goes gold, and I was just kidding. I'm sorry, Viego, I'm sorry. 200 years of collective gaming experience. Double kill goes to Kaisa. I know it's just been a quadra kill for the Viego. Triple kill, okay. But this Viego just adds 10, 2, and 17 onto the scoreboard. And I think we might just have seen a bit of Viego's power at this match.
My goodness, yeah, really well played as well. I thought he was a goner under the turret as well, but the stopwatch came through, and it was just perfectly well played. So, really well played from Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia to win that first game for their series to make it 1-1.
Yeah, making 1-1, no expectations for now. Both those teams have proved themselves to be worthy of the spot in the semifinals. And remember, this is a best of 5, so 3 wins are necessary to win the series. Let's see who's going to grab 2 more as we approach the next games. And yeah, remember, there's also a loser's bracket. This is a double elimination tournament, so if you lose, the best of 5 is not the end. You can still come back into the game and even win the tournament, who knows. So yeah, now with the match ending, we're going to take a breath. And remember, Chula drinks.
Trans Academy couldn't quite get those first kills. They were the ones engaging and ganking. So yeah, didn't quite get there in the end. But 1-1, it's all right. Brush off and focus on game 3. But nice plays from the Viego from across the board, really, for Cheese Garlic Bread. So yeah, well played from their part.
That was just a Viego show, basically, all over the map. Viego just found pick after pick after pick, and was just unstoppable in the end. Maybe a bit of Volibear's fault to not find anything in the early game and match the Viego a bit, but we'll see how it goes in the next matches as Claytrons Academy looks to be on top again. Maybe looking for that 2-1, that 3-1, who knows. Still a best of 5 in the end, a lot of possibilities, a lot of things that could still happen.
Yeah, I mean, and just the last point on that game as well, I'm just looking at the damage charts. I mean, $50,000 highest. That kind of tells its own story. And the Victor actually highest damage for Cheesy Garlic Bread. So yeah, a nice spread of damage, like we said. Tristana didn't pull through, so that's what happens. But yeah.
So many threats on Cheesy Garlic Bread's Mafia side were just not enough. Claytrons couldn't stop them from getting the win.
Yeah.
And we'll see you in game 3 as we're going to take a break and come back for the next game.
Whoop.
We are back with game 2 as both team look to get their second win so far this best of 5. And back, I'm Sabrix. I'm joined by Smith yet again.
Yo.
We'll see which of those two teams can actually claim the sole spot of 2 wins in this best of 5. During the regular season, they've already clashed. We saw Claytrons Academy win 2-0 against Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, and Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia winning 2-1 against Claytrons Academy the second time. So not many differences between the two teams. We're looking now to grab one spot for the semifinals. So before we get right into the draft, do we really want to see the Zach support again?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like it's kind of like you've got to know how to work it. It's not just like a Thresh or a Nautilus. It's pretty self-explanatory. With a Zach, you kind of have to think about what you're doing, and also he's got high cooldowns as well, which was an issue. So, another day, another time probably does work, but I think it was just a better response, and it was hard to initiate. I don't think they quite made the problem was they didn't make the most of the turret diving potential of the volley bear and the Zac. I think
they tried. They actually tried to do it, but
I know it didn't quite come off. That's what I mean. Yeah, but anyway,
exactly.
yeah. So I think just get rid of it. Stick to go back to basics and try something else because I mean the Talia, for instance, was so strong in that game. So if they can play around their mid laner again, Crocom did pretty well. I think the Talia is probably going to be banned this game, though. I reckon. But yeah, so a bit back to the drawing board for Claytrons. But cheesy garlic bread. I mean, maybe the Viego doesn't get through this time as well. But otherwise, stick to what they did. If it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Really good philosophy. As the Viego was such a thorn in Clayton's Academy's side for the whole time. Finished with such a good KDA. And talking about Valkyrie, the one who played Zac the games before, let's do let's get a run on what other champs he plays. Let's see, he plays Nautilus, he plays Thresh, plays Senna, now banned, sadly. We have a Yuumi and we have a Rakan. So a lot of engage potential coming out on Valkyrie. But for the last 2 games, he opted for the Zac, not for the Nautilus, not for the Thresh, not for the Rakan. Maybe Rakan would have been, I don't know, a bit easier to execute, a lot less die potential. Vayne first pick, okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Straight in the insides, we did say, because the Vayne did get banned last time, and instead they banned the Tristana, because literally those 3 bans are the same. They banned the Corki, they banned the Senna, and the Vayne has been swapped out for the Tristana, so Incisors just swapped his pick, basically. And we have seen, obviously, the Viego has been banned away this time, so that will change things up. But yeah, I mean, Incisor, I like it. Still not phased by the last game because did have a difficult time. So
ready to carry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I like it.
Like
ADCs are always the
now
cockiest.
as a response.
Yeah.
Kaisa.
Kaisa Sejuani again. Yeah, did pretty well last game, didn't it? So yeah, I think it was a good combo in the end.
Yeah, they're pretty good in the end. We didn't really expect that, talking about the Sejuani passive. But yeah, much like Kaisa Braum, went pretty well in the end. Not exactly their own merit. Like, they played it really, really well, but their whole team was really playing good around them. And you see a Nautilus now come down from Valkyrie. And finally, we will see him on another engager. A Vayne Nautilus lane, so maybe a carry that wants to skill, but at the same time, a support that wants to engage. How does that work?
Yeah, so obviously Vayne's going to be scaling up, sort of thing, over the course of the game, and the Nautilus kind of wants to go in relatively earlier, but will just be that beefy front line. But I think they can just play it safe. I mean, I think they don't really need to engage. They're just blocked in the Hecarim, which I'm assuming obviously is jungle, and I think he can actually probably maybe come if it's an obvious gank, but don't force the issue. I think that was what Claytrons were trying to do last time with the volley bear. They were trying to force the gank when it didn't really seem like anything was on. To just let the Vayne farm, just let her scale up, and she'll do her damage later. Really, there's no need like last time to kind of try and get a first foot in the game, sort of thing.
Yep, but at the same time, I feel like Claytrons Academy now is still trying to force something with the Hecarim, with the Nautilus. You
Yeah.
can't just really play safe with those things. You need to search for those picks. You need to maybe abuse the Victor in the early game, since he's an immobile mage. It's pretty easy to get onto him as soon as Hecarim hits level 6. Even Nautilus can get a Dredge line, and the follow-up damage will just be really easy on the side of Claytrons Academy. But you still have this Vayne. This Vayne, I feel like, is such a special pick since most of the time she can self-peel. A big problem that Tristana had in the last game was the fact that she couldn't really peel for herself, as Zac went in, and every single member basically on Claytron's side just wanted to engage, and she didn't have any sort of peeling. And I feel like with Vayne, if you build something like the Immortal Shieldbow or even Kraken Slayer with some sort of defenses, you're just able to self peel so damn well. And Granada Glass coming down, Sejuani might not even be support this time, maybe top lane or maybe jungle. Two roles still open. And Kaiser Renata against Nautilus Vayne. An Enchanter support against a melee support. That doesn't really sound well.
Renata coming through. Very nice. Yeah, again, obviously, second newest champion at the moment, and she obviously is quite an interesting character with the W that basically brings your champion back to life for a few seconds. So yeah, it's something to think about, and obviously, players still getting used to her kit and understanding her. But yeah, I think she's really strong from what I've seen, and we've got a Misfortune in as well.
Claytron switching the draft a little bit as the Vayne is flex top, I
Yeah,
believe. Zoe mid and the Misfortune in the boss side of the map. Pretty good against the Kaisa. You can even opt to go AP a lot of times. You can go more mana into Leon trees and just get a lot of ability haste and just spam that E on top of enemies who can't really engage. So you will just zone them out so damn hard and just don't let them be able to engage you. That's the sole reason you would be the Misfortune AP. And actually looks like a pretty good angle for it, as Diana, if she gets slowed down, she can't really engage. Victor doesn't have any sort of engage. At the same time, you have Sejuani, you can't really get slowed, so it's a bit of a trade. But in general, Misfortune is pretty good against the Kaisa, especially in
yeah,
the early laning phase.
yeah. I like the switcheroo sort of thing. Obviously, we thought that the Vayne was locked in for bot lane, but they switched it around. Send the Vayne in top, and just can kind of scale up there. Got to be really careful. That Diana is a nice pick. She's obviously a lot stronger now. That her abilities a while ago, but abilities moved around now. Obviously, that Moonfall is on her ultimate, and then the dash is on the E. So can
True,
do
Diana
a lot of
was
potential.
pretty different once.
Yeah, when
Just remembered about her.
when the teleport was on her ultimate ability, so it kind of weakened her a bit. So again, Diana is one of my picks. She's just so strong because the Moonfall in her ultimate does more damage the more enemy players it affects. So literally a team fight ultimate. You got the Victor with the Chaos Storm as well. The Sejuani. I really like again the composition from Cheesy Garlic Bread. And a bit more kind of spread out with damage. You got that Zoe who's just going to be picking off that Kaiser hopefully late game. So yeah, I'm excited for this one. Actually, I think I'm really. I can't pick a draft like a better draft as better as the other one because I think they're both got great potential. It's just all about the execution.
A big problem I still find in Cheesy Garlic Bread's Mafia draft
Yeah.
is a lot of AP. Yet again, we have a lot of AP on
Mm.
every single lane. We have Sejuani, Kai'Sa still doing a bit of AP. You have both AP mid jungle. There's no, apart from Kai'Sa, there's no big AD damage dealer
Yeah.
on their side. That might hurt them, but it didn't really hurt them last match as oh, that was Clayton's Academy actually. Clayton's Academy had a lot of AP, and they
Yeah.
didn't really have a fun time. They had Ornn, they had Talia, and only Tristana as damage dealer. This time, Mafia is the one to have only one AD damage dealer. While on the other side, you have the Misfortune, you have the Vayne. Hecarim does a lot of AD. Just Zoe as an AP threat can just poke out. And generally, if you play against the Zoe, and if you play a Zoe, you want to be first at objectives. You want the enemy to walk into you, so They have to walk into a Zoe. They have to walk. You don't really know where Zoe is, and Zoe is just launching bubbles at you. That's so damn annoying every single time.
Yeah,
That's
the sleepy trouble bubble.
Yeah, Zoe is a really fun champ because I really want to see Zoe win, and that copy pasta with the Zoe mains, just wanting Zoe to win since she's a really fun champ. But yeah, I like the Vayne top against the Sejuani. We'll see how this draft will go. Of course, ranged top laners usually are pretty dangerous since if they get ganked, Sejuani could actually look for the 1v1 and look to threaten Vayne in lane. So a lot of tankiness come down on that Sejuani. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited to see this new draft. A lot of switch ups, a lot of different lanes, different approaches. What do you think should be a lane we should look for?
Yeah, that is the $1 million question, isn't it? Really, because there's going to be quite a lot going on, So again, Diana can have quite a good early influence. Hecarim obviously is going to be great at getting across all the lanes, but I think the Vayne. It looks like the Vayne is against. I can't remember because obviously the screen's just disappeared. But I guess it's Sejuani, yeah. So she should be fine. Sejuani's going to have a really difficult time up there. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. So not really going to be too much focus there, I think. I think it's going to be that bot lane because, like you said, you've got that engaged Nautilus. You've got Renata, who's going to be, or Admiral Glass because it is on here. So bot lane, I think, is going to be the order of the day, I believe.
Yeah. Really excited to see that MF against Kai'Sa matchup, and we're gonna see that right after we sync again with the main broadcast. See you in a few seconds.
Yep.
And we are in the game. Kai'Sa in both side of the map, Hecarim against Diana. So a lot of new picks this draft. We'll see how both those teams decide to adapt to the games, to this best of 5. Best of 5 is a sort of game mode where you have to adapt your draft depending on how the games are going. If in the first game your draft goes bad, if you maybe used to build your draft around a certain champ, you switch it up, you try new things, and try different angles, and that's what we are seeing from both those teams. Look for different approaches, and new stars since they're all going top side of the map, like in Earth. Really fun when every single person goes top in Earth. Probably not gonna see that this much.
No, not quite as mad as that, but you did see. They did try and kind of venture into the jungle of Claytrons. Was it? No, not sorry, cheesy garlic bread. And just checking it out. So really, kudos for the Sejuani skin as well. Very nice. But yeah, so just kind of testing the water there was interesting to see. Again, just that communication, I think, from cheesy garlic bread. And then Claytrons just not try and force issues as much when I think it's like they had some good plays. They've got to see when the Baron is up, and just kind of take the plays, but also respect that if you've lost the play, then don't try and don't despair for it as well.
A lot of reactive plays we have seen the past match.
Yeah.
As you said before, cheesy garlic bread Mafia usually reacting to Claytron's plays has been successful for them since they now have win. But I would like them this time to be the one to be proactive. Probably not gonna happen with Diana. Oh, the boss side of the map already we see some scuffle. Nothing too serious. Half HP on both supports for now. No summoners used. And
nice bubble.
I would like for them to be a bit more proactive.
Yeah.
Diana is a farming jungler most of the times. She can still go tank with Sunfire and the Nashor's build. Really, really annoying, really, really obnoxious. Diana just walks and tanks everything and does so much damn damage.
Oof.
As boss side again, we see some slaps. And yet, both supports are the one to come out of it a bit wounded. Half HP on both.
Get a nice... These bubbles are hitting every time.
Crocombe's been so damn good with those bubbles.
Yeah, Crocom is doing really well, carrying on from the Talir. Clearly, those mid lane mages, really been working hard on those. So, yeah, Victor Knocker actually did do the most damage for his team last game on the Victor. So, this trading doing well. So, just got to be careful. Obviously, doesn't get caught out. Oh, just like that.
Just like that. Hecarim is on the side.
I think
There
he'll
might
be
be
okay.
trouble.
Oh, yeah, that pot coming through, saving his ass. Here he is. Yeah, early flash.
Had to flash, the bubble hits anyway. Dropsy, first blood goes to the Hecarim.
Oh.
Now Zoe has a flash on her own. Diana
Yeah.
is here, hits the first Q, hits the second dash onto the Zoe. And he might even look for more. That's 1 kill, 4-1, both sides. And,
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, no, just going to say, nice reaction at least. That's, when your mid laner does go down, at least you want to see your jungler in the wings trying to help and clear up. So, 1 for 1. Did look like, good start from Hecarim as well, coming around the back. Burned the flash of both laners as well. So now, but there is an ignite still on that Zoe. So, does have the upper hand coming back in. But yeah, 1 for 1 on each side.
Just noticed that Claytrons Academy doesn't have a single TP. You have a cleanse in top and you have ignite in mid. So mid game is going to be much easier for Cheesy Guarded Bread Mafia, since they can do a lot of faster rotations. You can just put someone on the side lane, meanwhile your whole team groups for an objective. But at the same time, Cheesy Guarded Bread Mafia, Claytrons Academy, needs to group up most of the time for objectives to set them up. So that can be a disadvantage for their top side, since you don't really have that much side end pressure with the Zoe, with the Vayne. You can't really put Zoe on the side lane since she gets ganked so damn easily. She doesn't have really any sort of big mobility, big form of escape. And with Diana being there, firing so damn fast, it's so easy for her to be everywhere on the map. So, yeah, I don't really like that coming down from Claytrons Academy. No TPs on their top side. Don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, so teleport's an interesting one because it's kind of changed this season as well, hasn't it? So you've got the enhanced teleport. So obviously for the first 5 minutes, I think it is. Is it
14?
14. My bad. Sorry. That's how out of the game I am. Still coming back in. But yeah, so for the first start of the game, obviously you can't use the teleport just yet, which changes things, and it's kind of used a bit less now. You see. Vayne has actually gone for the cleanse just to survive in lane really against that Sejuani CC basically. But really good on the Victor, who's going to be split pushing later, and of course Sejuani is just a utility tank in this composition, so she wants to be where the action is. So the teleport there is paramount to be able to do that basically.
Look at the vision for red side on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
So many
Good
words,
control.
just gets them an easy first Drake. That's the power of Renata in basically any sort of lane. If you put Renata against a melee support, she will just get prime most of the time. She will just push the wave so freely. You can't really contest a Renata in lane. So that's pretty well played from Cheesy Guarded Bread Mafia. Maybe Claytrons looked to trade for something. Zoe was approaching the top side of the map, but left a bit chunk of wave in the mid lane. Victor will probably just grab one plate, maybe not, we'll just run away, but yeah, first Drake will go to Cheesy Guarded Bread Mafia. That's a Cloud Drake. We've seen a first Cloud Drake last game too, hoping for maybe a different soul this time, not an XX soul. That's pretty broken.
Yeah, had the Cloud Drake first, and of course the next one is the Mountain Drake, so looks like it's going to be basically either an Ocean Soul or a was Cloud? No, sorry, or Infernal Soul. Which could be really interesting. Infernal Soul always kind of mixes things up with that extra damage, especially on a Vayne as well. It's going to be unbelievable. So, Ocean Soul obviously less impactful with just that passive out of combat regeneration. So yeah, that's kind of something that will really turn the tide, depending on that possibly.
Just a quick second. I think there might be some problems with the broadcast.
Oh, okay.
As I said that, a hook lands in the boss side of the map, but
Yeah,
I don't
flash
think
away.
I can see this. Might need to see if Bragas is going
no.
well. And meanwhile, if you guys don't see something, I'll try to narrate it. I'll try to say something. No, just listen to us. So, 3 men in the boss side of the map coming down from regarding Bread Mafia. Try to go for a gank. Diana still staying in the bush.
Oof.
Flash used by Nautilus. And another hook now misses in the top side of the map though. Might look for a tower dive. Sejuani might be in trouble. Flashed. Not available for her, but she decides to not use it. Ignite will seek her down. And Herald is the next objective on both teams' mind. Both teams trying to approach that. Both teams trying to get that vision before the fight. Maybe we'll start to see some bot lanes coming up.
Yeah, interesting time there. Unfortunately, couldn't quite capitalize on that kill and take the Rift Tower at the same time because Victor was aware of that and just kind of roaming around. So again, good though, because you saw from Claytrons Academy, they didn't try and pull the trigger and try and like desperately take Rift Herald. It's still there, you know, another minute to go back to it, and you know, just got the tower dive kill on the Sejuani, and the Vayne got the kill there as well. So double the farm pretty much of the Sejuani, and looking really strong so far in this top lane.
Kind of predictable at the start of the game for the Vayne to have more farm than Sejuani.
Sure.
She's doing pretty strong. A lot of times we've seen Claytrons Academy going in that top side, making sure the Vayne has an easy push, making sure that there's no ganks coming down on her. And yeah, this Vayne has been pretty free to scale so far this game, sitting at 80 farm at basically 10 minutes. Now with the top prior they have, they might be looking to contest this Herald. Diana is here, has the flash, has the ultimate, the bubble will miss. Stunned onto the wall, has to flash away over the pits. Flash from Diana. And yeah, Herald will go to Claytrons Academy. Let's see where they decide to use that. 10 minutes, no significant gold lead for now, only 1k. And about the stream, might need to check yet again if there's some sort of problem. I think people in chat only see draft.
Oh, screen's not been changed, yeah.
Yeah, screen has not been changed, so might need to look into that.
It's just an audio performance.
Yeah, audio performance. I don't know if you guys have paid for this.
Yeah.
So
just listen to my voice as my guide, as your guide.
And yeah, so for the ones who can't really see the stream right now, Claytrons Academy claimed Herald for the time being. Diana tried to contest that, but had to flash over the Baron pit to not die, since the Vayne was there to help out. In the bottom lane, we might see a gank now, but Kai'Sa is the first one to find a kill without the jungler's help onto the enemy AD carry. Valkyrie might be the next one to fall. Gem dashes and slashes, finds the Nautilus. On the other side, Coaster finds Kai'Sa. That's a 2-4-1 for now in the favor of Claytrons Academy. Claytrons now is on the run though, as Diana finds a double kill with the Q.
Very nice.
So it flashes away.
Oh no! Oh,
she can do it. She can do it. That's a 1v1 against the Renata.
Yeah. Should get it.
Oh, we'll miss. Though had the ignite too. That was a kill potential. But
close.
both junglers fall down, and both bot lanes fall down. Apart from the Renata on the enemy side. A lot of trading going down in the bot side of the map, looking already to grab some sort of advantage before the Drake fight. But that's now a Diana that's 3-1 in the early game. That's not a really good sight to see if you're Claytron Academy, as that Diana will be so damn strong inside the team fights.
Yeah, did really well there. Again, that's when the difference, you know, when someone does actually know their champion, knew the ranges on the Q, you know, you save that ability, your ranged ability, to kind of execute the kill, and manage to just pop the Hecarim there at the end. Quite funny though, Spectacle from Crocom had missed the sleepy trouble bubble that time, but kind of was just standing in front of the Victor until the damage came through, basically. So just about got away with that, but more action going as well.
More action going in the boss side of the map. Maybe not even that much, as the double will not hit. So, for the ones who still can't see the stream, a gank happened bot side of the map for Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. Went pretty well in the beginning. Diana took 3 kills, is now 3-1 with a bounty on her head, going for that tank field with Sorcerer and going for that Sunfire Aegis. And after that, we've seen some scuffle for the Drake fight, which was claimed by Claytrons Academy, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, was claimed by Claytrons Academy, since Cheesy Guy Bread Mafia was still pretty late from their recalls. Hook misses onto the Renata, but Renata's just flashes, and the bullet time is just enough to find Renata, maybe even a bit too much. And the charge really coming down from the Hecarim. Sport of Cheesy Guy Bread Mafia falls down and goes back to base. And the Herald
really
is
strong here. Yeah, there you go. Just gonna go down as well, isn't he? Yeah, sad.
Yeah, actually, Hecarim falls down thanks to turret for a bit by mistake, I would believe. And the enemy AD carry grabs the kill. But, guys, you probably still can't hear, but what casters actually cast with only audio?
Exactly.
Like, this is just next level, and like Giga Chat casters.
Yeah, this is the true casting potential. It's like in, you know, those movies where a warrior is like beat down and beaten, and then he puts on a blindfold and he just senses where and wins the fight because he's just using his senses. That's what we're doing right now. We're
Lee Sin.
Going to the next level. Oh my god, we're going full Lee Sin casting here. That's right.
Full Lee Sin casting. He might even have to do cosplay next time.
Yeah.
Bring a camera.
Muay Thai Lee Sin. Just go for, like, you know, the red band and the blue shorts, and just, you know, we'll go full bare topless, you know, for the full casting experience.
That might be an idea for the next time this happens.
Yeah. That'll be the opposite, and that's when we do then suddenly turn on our cameras, and then that's when it all is revealed. But yeah, interesting so far. I think Claytrons Academy, they seem to have just a better plan, and they seem to kind of have a better idea of what their plan is this game. You know, the Misfortune doing pretty well. Hasn't got a kill yet, sadly, but you know, just doing what she can. That bullet time with the onslaught of shadows there, the Hecarim ultimate was just brilliant. And that's where you use the map to your advantage as well, because the Kai'Sa, she's trying to get back, and she was just stuck between a rock and a hard place, or, you know, a Hecarim and a Misfortune, and she was nowhere to go because the bullet time actually was played behind her. So basically, would walk into it or die. So. And
such a deadly combo.
Yeah, so really well played there. Cheesy Garlic Bread, obviously struggling in this top lane. This Vayne is getting so strong now, and Diana's, that's the one problem that I don't think really that DM has addressed, going for this Vayne and just trying to keep her in her place. You know, you do have that Sejuani ultimate now, so it's an easy kill if you be able to land it. But hasn't given enough attention, so she might need to head up there soon. But apart from that, you know, still pretty level pegging. Only 1,000 gold in it, so but certainly favouring Claytrons Academy at the moment.
We are starting to see some mythic items coming out for both sides. As we see the Eclipse, we see the Sunfire Age is coming out from the Diana. I usually see Nashor Suit completed first.
Yeah.
Since that gives you a bit more AP.
And just the attack speed's nice as well, because the passive, so her third attack is an empowered auto attack as well. So
that's so much damage.
Yeah. So I guess just kind of survivability at the moment is the name of the game.
So you can't see the stream. Another just hit another hook, and the bullet time is instant. Beautiful, come down from the bot lane of Claytrons Academy. One kill goes to the Misfortune, but at the same time Diana steps in and grabs one kill onto Valkyrie too. The Nautilus falls down. That's a 1-4-1. Meanwhile, though, in the top side of the map, Claytrons Academy's jungler got a Herald by himself. Diana looked great, and that's a Herald in change of a 1-4-1. So who wins this? Team who gets both Herald and the one kill win in this situation probably. And even the bullet time was really, really good coming down from the Misfortune. One kill is not enough to trade for that.
Yeah, the depth charge as well. It's just such a good combo. You know, you just lock them in place in the bullet time, and they just take that full. I think it's 8 waves. She does of the bullet time. I can't remember how many, but you know, taking the full damage, which racks up to, you know, 600 or 700 damage.
It's like 3,000 AD scaling.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so late game is just unbelievable. That was back in the day when used to be AP Misfortune, used to be AP scaling. So it feels nice to have a Misfortune do that. Or as a flash away there as well. I think that was on the Zoe. Yeah.
They're approaching a Drake fight here. The Vayne doesn't have any TP. The TP comes down from the Sejuani, so that's a 5v4 if Claytrons Academy decide to engage this. as we were talking in the early game, this TP advantage comes down so clutch for Cheesy Guarded Bread Mafia, as they are able to freely claim this dragon in the bot lane. And at the same time, Claytrons Academy tried to go for the mid push with a Herald. They took just seconds before, tried to look for a trade. A lot of pings are coming down in the mid lane. Cheesy Guarded Bread Mafia wants to claim one mid turret for themselves too. Handshake will miss, but a lot of poke coming down from the Victor.
Yeah, see, that's the problem when for Claytrons Academy, when they don't have any of the strong ultimate abilities. They didn't have the Onslaught of Shadows, didn't quite have the bullet time, couldn't really do much there, just had to really watch their outer turret go down. So well played from Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. Saw the opportunity, knew that they weren't going to get engaged on, take that first mid lane turret, and try and get back in this game, basically, because they have got the 2 Drakes, and we do see as well that the Rift Herald was taken there, so used on that mid lane turret. Yeah, and trying to come back. The Diana is where all the damage is at the moment, but they want that Kai'Sa. Has got like a serrated Dirk as well now, so a bit of lethality there to come through, like you said, because they are so much AP on their team that that lethality is going to be really vital to try and get back in this game.
Yep. Currently, we're sitting at a 2k gold advantage for Claytrons Academy, but that comes a lot from the Vayne being free to farm most of the times. Now sitting at a 40 CS difference or the Sejuani against her in the top side of the map. But at the same time, we have Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia with 2 Drakes on their head. And Claytrons Academy might be in trouble for a bit as they run away from the initial engage of Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia. They now have a mid advantage. They have a mid turret down taken of the enemy. Bubble will hit onto the Renata. Hook will land onto the Sejuani though. Passive is coming clutch onto that Nautilus. Beautiful bullet time, but not enough to do damage. 1 kill goes to Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia. Yet again, production is still down. We're still trying to cast with only audio as one member of Claytrons Academy gets stunned up, but nothing serious happens. Broadcast, if you can, maybe switch pages, switch windows. And stream is not really able to see the match. It's going on. There's a fight going on in the top side of the map as Shutdown goes onto the Zoe. Diana dies. That's a 3-4-2 for now. Double kill to the Misfortune. The Hacker almost dies too. Claytrons Academy win basically this fight with only 2 deaths on their side, 4 deaths on Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia's side. But nothing serious for now, no objective in mind apart from the Baron, but can't really do that in 3 members. So just to recap for those who can't see what happened in the last 10 minutes of the game. A lot of both side ganks we had a trick fight, we had a top side fight, but in the end we have 11-9 onto the scoreboard for Claytrons Academy, a goal lead of almost 3k now. This Diana is getting pretty strong. Fire a Demonic Embrace.
Yeah, got that second full item, which is going to feel nice. Isn't going to do too much against the likes of the squishies, but obviously later on does have that magic penetration, so is going to help there at least. But yeah, it's been basically a similar kind of pattern in terms of the events taking place from the last game, that Claytron are initiating, taking these ganks, but this time they are basically being successful, rather than last time where didn't get a kill and then ended up losing kills. So basically just going a bit better. That top lane is nice and open now as well, so that means that the Vayne can roam around with her team as this Drake is coming up in about 30 seconds. So it's another Hextech Soul for this game. So if the Vayne does get her hands on that, then she's going to be a force to be reckoned with. But at the moment, Cheesy Garlic Bread are the ones that have got the Drake advantage. So they get this one, they're on Soul Point for Hextech Soul.
Yep, no flashes onto the Misfortune, no flash onto the Vayne. As now, 1 hook lands onto the Renata, and 1 hook, 1 kill. Valkyrie grabs the support diff title as he grabs the kill onto the Renata. And Claytrons might just have grabbed a free Drake for themselves. Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia might look to contest this. You have a lot of tools to actually do that. The bubble hits onto one. Victor might be in trouble. But the Battlestar will not find the target. On the other side behind the pit, Diana ready to jump into the fight. Has the dash for her, but doesn't steal the dragon. Now the ball time just melts through the Victor as the Chaos Storm is not even used by him. Goes back to base. Kaisa onto the backline though, finds what she can. Shut down onto the Misfortune, that's big for her. Only one member, Sejuani, will just go back to base 2 as the double kill goes in Krokombe's pockets. That's a fed Zoe, a fed Hecarim, and a fed Vayne that will just melt through you in the next fights.
It was a bit of a clumsy one there to begin with. Wasn't really going either way, was pretty split, and then all of a sudden you saw that bullet time did do pretty well initially for Claytrons Academy, but then the Vayne just absolutely took over, took the reins and said, I've got it from here, don't you worry, and won that team fight out. Hold my beer. And yeah, basically all that early game farming, stacked up damage. It's got that Kraken Slayer as well, so I mean, it's just so sad when you're a tank playing against a Vayne because you've built all these tanky stats and resistances, and she just melts through you like a hot knife and butter. So yeah, got the Drake as well, so 2 away from that Hextech Soul potentially if they need that. But you could see the differences there in the kind of team fight potential. The Moonfall did come out from the Diana, did a fair bit of damage, but it just wasn't enough, sadly.
Just got the flash onto the Nautilus 2 now, and Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia looking for some sort of redemption. Now, as their early game wasn't really the best, as you would have expected for them. They took the first Drake, but they weren't really able to make things happen around the map for the next minutes. And now they're actually looking a bit better with this Diana coming out online with 2 items power spike. The Victor 2 has the 2 items power spike. And Kaisa is looking pretty damn strong too, as, don't know if you've seen her, just dive into the back line, into 2 people and just grab 1 kill, 1 shot down onto the enemy carry. Really good stuff from the Kaisa. And hope the stream actually goes better now, as I think we actually switch pages, we switch windows, so you can actually see the game now. So, let's keep our energy up as we are approaching the late game, 25 minutes on the clock, 5k gold lead for Claytrons Academy. This Vayne is looking so damn strong, the Zoe is looking so damn strong, and now Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia have to walk into a Zoe without vision. How do you manage to do that? Look at what happens. Zoe just launches bubble after bubble after bubble. She has cooldown reduction, she can actually do that so many times. It's so hard for you to face check into a Zoe. Let's see how Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia decides to do that, as vision is being set up around the top side. Now,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Zoe bubbles. I mean, again, just landing every single time. That,
look at that!
True damage. My goodness me. True damage is the name of the game for Claytrons Academy. I mean, I really credit to Krokum for both picks, the Talia and now the Zoe as well. Anything thrown at him, or her, if it is Mrs. Krokum.
Actually wonder about that. Mrs. Krokum.
I know, yeah, so...
don't really want to offend someone, but...
The Zoe player, but anyway. Yeah, so, and it just finally now has got that Vayne backup damage, because obviously last time was kind of the one doing, like, the heavy lifting, really. You know, you had the Shyvana in the top lane. Sorry, the Ornn on the top lane.
Ornn against Shyvana.
Yeah, it was the Ornn, yeah. So, nice to kind of have your top lane coming through with some damage as well. So that's just what they needed last time. And obviously here you can see it's coming up trumps.
Yep, great to see that Vayne carry in the top side of the map. Finally, Kuya able to be on that carry position, since he was on the Ornn last game, not really able to do much. Sometimes Ornn can carries, like Ornn carries automatically. As now we see Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia looking for a Baron Sneak. This Baron is so fast! That Kaisa passive does so much damage, and together with the Diana,
nice steal.
Can't really contest this.
Yeah,
damn, that's actually a whole different story for Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia, now being able to push those lanes so damn freely with so much ease. And even get yourself control over the river.
Valkyrie. He's going to fly away.
Yeah, Valkyrie flies away, the lock will block some of the damage. Almost, but Kaisa grabs the kill.
Oh, those bubbles, man.
And now you're in a position where Zoe has to walk into the enemies. That's not really the perfect position for her.
Yeah. You've lost your beefiest player, so a lot of confidence now, obviously, from Cheesy Garlic Bread to take this pivotal Drake. The ults are up. Oh.
The Boltzmann doesn't wake from the bubble, he says. Red team will grab the dragon, as now in the midst of the fight, Kocher tries to find a pick for himself onto the backside, though. Kaisa goes for that assassination.
Not far off.
Kaisa grabs the kill onto Ikuya and keeps the fight going, as Coaster Trap still hasn't died, still hasn't lost HP. Not so much damage onto this Hecarim until now. Kaisa is healed to melt. Shutdown goes onto the Diana. So many bubbles are hitting, but not so much damage can be done. Onto the big
no!
That's betrayal come down from Kaisa. Just dies, just goes back into the fight, not even her fault. And Valkyrie has come back from spawn. Oh, big damage with the Zoe. Shutdown goes to him. Valkyrie grabs one kill onto the enemy support. They might even look for more. Now, support against jungler. This Diana does so much damage, and she has a Sunfire.
Yeah, he's not going to survive.
Slowly but surely, Nodus will die. Even uses the flash to try and run away.
Burn the flash, yeah, unnecessary. But my God, Crocom with the plays. Oh my goodness me, so good on this Zoe. Just out of nowhere, really just made that fight happen for Claytrons Academy. You saw at the start as well, the Victor got popped off. You thought Claytrons were easily going to fight, but then all of a sudden, Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, they were having a really good go. The Kaisa takes out the Vayne in a kind of a 1v1 rival battle almost sort of thing. And then you thought, right, that's the Vayne gone. The Kaiser's going to carry on with this fight. And then the Zoe comes in with those huge bubbles, which is so hard. I mean, I can't emphasize enough how difficult it is to land that on the right target in the middle of a team fight. And then also pop the true damage off as well. So kudos to him. And it's great as a Zoe when everyone's using their ability summoner spells, because you just take them all and have 5 summoner spells. So there are a lot of flashes burned there, which helps him get around. And that is the power of Zoe. So, yeah, interesting fight. But in the end, kind of just about came on top, Claytrons. But Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia did get a few kills themselves. And the Drake, of course, on Soul Point.
3 Drakes now on the board, looking for that Hextech Soul, the static shift passive, as I like to call it. And Deadly onto the Diana. Imagine the Diana just diving with the Hextech Soul. You can't really run away from that. But Buzzra can't really run away from the hook either, as the Onslaught of Shadows will bring him back to death. Nautilus grabs 1 kill. I feel like every single kill, every single death on the Renata was grabbed by the Nautilus most of the times. Just so fun.
Supportal combat right here. That's what it is. But yeah, she's on 1 and 5 sadly, so not quite had a great influence. You know, still a new champion to work out and where she kind of fits in these compositions. But you know, the Diana has got the 9 kills. Kaisa's got her 6 kills as well. So both very strong. The victor, sadly, is Noka is falling behind a bit this game, but of course still can turn it around and see what happens. But at the moment, yeah, I know every time.
Croco's so good with those.
Yeah, he doesn't waste his evenings.
He just during the night, just practice tool and bubble, 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 bubble.
Yeah, this man doesn't sleep, or this woman player. League of Legends player does not sleep. Yeah, well, if there's a Mr. Crocom, then he's going to have a lot of fun tonight if they win this. So, you know, I think there's going to be no sleepy bubbles on him at all. That's for sure.
No sleepy bubbles on him. Crocom really chooses his targets most of the times, even in blind sight, as we've seen during those Drake fights.
Yeah, because of course, when you fire it over terrain as well, it's got extended range. So just such good range on that ability. But a nice inner turret there, really clever. They are being closed on though.
No vision onto the side. Coaster is here. Oh, the dash onto the Misfortune. She might just be in trouble as the bullet time lands upon the battlefield. Goes golden now. This solves the damage for a bit. Handshake onto the Nautilus, bring him back into the fight. Ruden in place, shutdown. Goes to the Kai'Sa. That's not where you want the enemy to have your shutdown. Hekari might be the next one to fall. Doesn't have gold on his head, but DM takes him anyway. My god. Cheesy garlic bread mafia. You savage.
That was a tasty garlic bread, that's for sure. Tasty slice of their fighting capabilities. The Kai'Sa coming in there, and the Diana on her 10th kill of the game after that. The Moonfall, even with the exhaust on her, still managed to dish out the damage really well. Because unfortunately, even though they are majority magic damage, Claytrons Academy don't have that many. Don't really have many to have resistances to the magic damage in a weird convoluted way. But this is going to be Soul, yeah.
Yep. They will grab Soul for themselves. Static Shift passive.
Yeah, really nice on the Diana and Kai'Sa. Yeah, it's going to be so good.
Recalling, but as you said, not much magic resistance that Claytrons Academy can actually build. You could go for the. We've seen the Force of Nature onto the Hecarim, has not been enough. You could go something like Mom on Mortius on both Vayne,
Banshee's Veil, and Zoe. Yeah, it's interesting now, on the AD champions in terms of magic resist options, because obviously you've got the Maw of Mortius is the go-to, but it's kind of just not used as much. You've got the Wit's End, which has been buffed in terms of its magic resistance elements, so it used to just be flat magic resistance, but now I think it stacks the more you do it. But they're on the Baron at the moment.
Ticking down, 5,000 HP. Victor has TP. He wants to join the fight. Ultimate use from the Nautilus onto he steals the Drowsy inside the pit. Sejuani looks for something. The bullet time will melt them down, but Kai'Sa into the backline. Just assassinates the enemy AD carry. That's 2 kills coming down from Cheesy Guard Red Mafia. Waiting for the bubble hits yet again, but it's not enough. And Victor didn't even need to TP in the top side of the map. He will just be free to gap this turret in the bot side. So much awareness from Cheesy Guard Red Mafia to win that team fight. So much awareness from the Victor to not TP in that situation.
Yeah.
So
just held his ground. Yeah, oh my god, yeah, just such, again, Cheesy Guard Red Mafia, the story of last game, like this game, is just reacting to the situation. Claytrons Academy, they went for the Baron and couldn't quite execute it. The Diana comes in with the Moonfall, with the Smite. It's just so much damage. You just got to deal with that, and now it's going to be game 2 for them.
Yeah, Hecarim sure agrees with you as he falls down so much damage onto their side. And Cheesy Guard Red Mafia look to win the 3rd game of the series, going 2-1. Only one
Very
game needed for them to win the best of 5 and grab a spot in the semifinals.
Oh, God, what an ending!
That was a good one.
That was a cinematic climax right there. That was just like, it had all the lines of the script ready to be told, and hands down to DM. I mean, hats off, I should say. Every form analogy of praising him, because just really carried the line there. I'm not gonna lie, in my mind, even though didn't kind of demonstrate it as much, but I thought that Vayne was just gonna be a one-way train to Claytrons winning, but just couldn't quite have that impact really. Yeah, had the Blade the Ruin King, had the Wit's End, but there's just so much magic damage, especially against a Vayne. Obviously the solution to having a heavy ADC kind of team is magic damage, because you just blow them up with the Diana, with the Kai'Sa, with the Victor as well. And you see that Diana damage was just so strong. So it was a shame the Zoe was doing pretty well as well, just so good with the hits, but it's just hard when you're picking one target off and not quite, what's the word? And
you can't really focus that.
You can't capitalize on that. So they took one target out and didn't really do anything with it. So it was great to see the fancy kills, but in terms of the game, the strategy to win the game, it didn't really help. But so again, Cheesy Guy Bread Mafia reacting to the situations, getting the kills, and Claytrons unfortunately being the victims to that. Yeah,
one steal decides the whole game as they grab Baron.
Yeah,
just sweep through the ones that were stacking at the Baron pit. The Diana is so good in those situations when there are so many people close to each other. And meanwhile, Zoe had only single target damage. Diana can just ult inside the team fight and do so much more damage than Zoe can do in just a second. And for that, Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia will grab that win. move closer to winning this best of 5. Remember, there's still a loser's bracket in the tournament, so if Claytrons loses the next match, they're not out of the game. They can still win and go to finals.
Yeah, all is not lost.
Yep. As we look to train our audiocaster abilities, our leasing casting a bit more during the break, hope you guys get something to refresh yourself to. And we'll see you back in some minutes with game 4 of the series.
See you soon.
See you then. And we are back with game 4 of this series, best of 5. Remember, who takes 3 wins, takes the series home, and grabs a spot in the semifinals of this playoffs. 4 teams looking to grab that first place with a loser's bracket on top. And while we wait, actually, for game to start, I want to make a shout out to the players on both sides that drink Chula drinks, because I've seen someone in game chat who actually drinks Chula drinks, and I kind of wish they win now, to be honest. So if you want to be cool, if you want to be good looking, just grab one Chula drink for yourself. With code VL20, you get 20% off. So be sure to not waste that chance for you. And just to be sure, take the peach flavored one. It's kind of better. I prefer peach flavored, and a lot of people like green tea. A lot of people like lemon tea, but I think peach tea is the best. So as we approach game 4 draft. For now, I'm by myself, but we're waiting for the other caster. Hope you guys are happy with me for now. But let's see. Enchanter support, Zac support. A lot of things have gone true so far these past 3 games. And let's see, how can Claytrons Academy actually try to claim 2 wins now, since they need 2 wins to get that victory over Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. So we have Ikuya. I think Ikuya is a main character of the team most of the times. This guy plays so many carry top laners. He was on Vayne the last time, but they also put him on Ornn. Not really the best choice. You have Kyle, you have Graves, you have GP, you have Gwen, you have Fiora. So much carry potential out of this guy. Not really properly used for now. Can't really put him on a Vayne, since it's kind of hard to keep that lane pushed most of the times, even if they've been pretty good at doing that. But I feel like it would be so much easier if you just went for the Kyle, for the Grace, for the GP, or the Gwen. Fiora is a possibility too. Almost same bans we see on both sides. Wukong, Victor, Kane. We have the Corki, we have the Senna. So scaling is not something that Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia really wants. So yeah, I really want to see also Kroko on a more suitable champ for him. He was great on the Zoe, of course, but a champ with much easier execution. A champ that can do a lot, but it's so easy to execute that you don't really need to put thinking into it. And again, we see the Sejuani first pick. Great.
Guess that's support then again, possibly maybe the top back in the top lane. But yeah, a Vayne ban there as well. So don't want to see that again, do they?
Yeah, they don't really want to see that Vayne yet again, and they don't really want to see that switch between Sejuani and the Vayne. Top support ADC. You can't really know where those picks are going, but that leaves the Viego open. Oh my god.
Yeah,
he's
gone. He's got it.
And Kai'Sa's got Kai'Sa. That's just the perfect red 1, red 2. Like, you get Viego, you get Kai'Sa, you even had Diana open. What more do you want?
Yeah. Who do you think? Obviously we've had 3 games out of they've played 4, but who's your kind of players of the series so far? You had some quite strong performances from both sides, but been quite varied each game.
Oh, surely DM. Like, DM has been
Yeah.
absolutely insane. Getting a seal in the second game and winning the game, check.
Yeah.
Just diving with Viego solo under tier 3, I think it was, check.
Yeah.
This guy can do every single thing he wants if he has the resources, and he had them in both games. It had just been able to style on the enemies. I can't really think about another MVP.
Yeah, and again, I guess Crocom has had some pretty good performances as well. Just unfortunately, it hasn't quite been able to solidify that with a win as well. So, which is a shame because at the moment, although they did win the first game, we've only seen Cheesy Garlic Bread win the game. So, maybe we go to a game 5. We're here now. We might as well go all the way. But they're going for the more stable Tristana Thresh. combo, which is nice. I'm this is literally my first game casting back for a while, and I'm dealing with Zach supports, Sejuani top lanes, Giovanna top lanes. So it's nice to see some stability coming in. The Ari as well, obviously, a while ago had that change to her ultimate. It's a soft reset on her ultimate. So going to be looking pretty strong here for the side of Cheese Garlic Bread.
Now, Claytrons Academy looking to ban those threats that can disturb Thresh, like the Braum, maybe even the Nautilus will come down as a last ban for Claytrons. Both those picks can really disrupt the Thresh in lane, as well as the Morgana. That might even be a choice for Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. But let's see, what can actually Buzzrack play? He plays the Senna, he plays the Renata, he plays a lot of engaged champions, he plays Janna and Nami. A lot of choices for him. Let's see what he decides to go for. This is probably the support pick looking to counter that Thresh. No Nautilus ban on the Claytron side. Leaves it open. Mundo though. That would actually be interesting. Because Mundo now blocks the first CC that comes to him.
Yeah.
So Thresh finds a hook, just gets instantly cancelled.
Yeah, it's nice when obviously they've got the engage potential from the Sejuani, from the Thresh. So, Mundo is a nice counter to that to, diffuse those engages. So, but you've got a Silas coming in. Interesting.
Silas. Still, a lot of AP damage yet again. Only Tristana is the AD damage dealer of the team, unless you want to go Thresh Gale Force. That's also a choice if you want to go for that.
No, come on, man. I'm sticking to. I want to stick to what I know. I don't want to go branch out any more weird builds or weird picks. It's too much for my mind.
It'll kind of be interesting. Maybe GP finally. GP comes down from Ikuya.
Good pick. Yeah, I like that.
If that's his name, Ikuya. GP comes down. A lot of AD damage. Can go with a Prowler's build. Can go Trinity Force. A lot of ways GP can build in this situation. I've even seen some AP GP. That's also a choice you can do.
Yeah.
But probably not going to see this game, but a lot of AD damage, and the Morgana comes through to counter that Thresh, just blocking completely the Thresh engage, blocking the hook, blocking the flay. Really good R5 pick by GG Garlic Bread Mafia.
Yeah,
we have Kai'Sa again on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Kai'Sa, I mean, has done pretty well both games that she's been picked. So, I mean, I like the Silas into the Viego ultimate, the Ari ultimate, because that's kind of what you got to think about, really. And then you've got a nice GP global ultimate as well. So there's potential there, and good balance of AD and AP this time. They managed to salvage it in the end, but certainly on the side of Cheesy Garlic Bread, they've got quite an interesting mix here, really. The Kai'Sa...
Purple draft. Now that I noticed it. 4 purple champs.
All purple champs, exactly. Purple draft, yeah. Viego and his purple crew. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see kind of who takes the lead on that, because you've got some pretty high damage dealers on their side, and they're going to be trying to focus the Tristana and Gangplank early, I guess, and then Silas kind of, obviously his sustained late game is just unbelievable. That Kingslayer, when he gets a buffed 40% extra healing when he's below 40%. So he's not really going to be a target late on in the game. So shouldn't be too much happening to start off with. Some quite late game champions as well.
One problem I see is if Viego wants to actually give attention to top side of the map, Viego has just a single target CC, which is his W, the Spectral Maw. But at the same time, GP can just eat an orange and be fine with it and just run away most of the time. So I don't think that Viego will visit top lane that many times, since it's so damn hard to gank the GP. The GP will probably get top prior, will just get the push, and Sejuani will be there to match it, will be there to ensure that nothing bad happens on the top side of the map. But yeah, I think it's so hard to gank the GP in this situation. I don't even know if the Mundo has enough damage to follow up onto the Viego, but we'll see. As in the mid lane, I think Silas, Nari, Silas being melee, of course, will get his wave pushed in. A bit of a disadvantage for Claytrons Academy in the early game. Most of the times, Ari can trade pretty easily with the Silas. And in boss side, though, Thresh gets completely blocked by the Morgana. So
Yeah.
how can bot lane lane?
Yeah, I mean, with relative difficulty, I suppose. Because, the Tristana Thresh is a really nice classic combo. And you're going to have the Morgana Kaiser, which can lock them down. Morgana is a good peel tool, at least for the Kaiser. So, when she does activate that killer instinct, she can go in with that Black Shield, execute whoever she needs to on the Tristana, maybe, and go from there. So, yeah, I think certainly, the Thresh and the Tristana will certainly be on the front foot early to begin with.
Yep.
And then, obviously when the junglers come into play, so, you've got a Mondo jungle, so he does do a fair bit of damage early on as well, so that empowered E can do a lot of damage. So as long as they've got that hard CC with Morgana, which is good, because previous games they've not quite had that heavy CC, such as the Dark Binding, so that's kind of the way I think that's going to go, really.
One problem though is Dark Binding is just a single target CC. Unless you go for the Flash Ultimate with Stopwatch, there's not really much engage on the side of GZ Red Mafia. Only single target stuns in the Binding and in the Viego W. So that's going to be a bit of a hassle to play around, I feel like.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's going to be difficult. It's not like a team fight kind of CC. You do have the Soul Shackles, obviously, later on for the Morgana Ultimate, which will do a lot more. But otherwise, it's going to be difficult to lock down the opposition. Gangplank can escape the CC. So
Sejuani
yeah,
can be slowed. So
yeah,
a lot of stuff.
exactly. Yeah, but I think the CC for Claytron Academy is in better stand there. You've got the Silas stun, you've got the Thresh hook, and of course the Sejuani CC City right there, basically. So they'll have a good chance. Yeah, basically it's all about target selection, and that's how I think. I mean, if they do the right target selection, then by all means, that Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia deserve to win this series. So that's kind of where it's going to come down to, really.
Mm-hmm. As we always say about Sejuani, there always needs to be someone who tanks the initial skill shot. And in this case, you have a Mundo against you who can just tank it for free and even not get CC'd most of the times if he has the passive up. So at this point, I think it will be so damn hard for Claytrons Academy to find those team fights. Because you're coming into a Morgana, who's just going to bind you and ult you in the midst of the fight, get maybe a stopwatch.
Yeah.
You have a Mondo who will just tank Sejuani's ultimate most of the times, or tank Thresh Hook. And you also have a Spell Shield who can do both, who can tank both.
Yeah.
How can you actually play around that if you're Claytrons Academy?
Yeah, again, it is all about, certainly in this situation, about outsmarting the opponent. So, you've got to be wary of those abilities, of course. The Dark Binding and Black Shield. The Black Shield certainly has a higher cooldown now than it used to. So, you've just kind of almost got to bait them into using that ability. The Mondo, he's going to block obviously the CC, but that's kind of, you just got to work around that really best you can, because you have got enough. The Silas can dash past the Mondo to get to the Kaiser. The Thresh is going to have a more difficult time, but instead, he's just probably going to be on peel duty for his Tristana instead of trying to engage and just use the hook on the Viego probably, just to keep him out of the way, sort of thing. So it's still all right. It's just a few things to think about, really.
Few things to think about most of the times in those teamfights before starting them, since it will always be pretty hard to find picks. If Morgana actually stays with the jungler most of the times, it will be pretty hard to lock her up or lock the jungler down and find those off positions, since no CC is available onto them. That said, this GP can actually do so much damage. As I said before, Viego only has a single target CC, the binding is single target too, so GP can escape from that pretty easily, and at the same time do so much damage with those barrels. If he decides to build maybe Prowlers, that might be a choice. build that we have seen
with a
rise
dash.
in popularity. Gives armor penetration passively, so pretty useful against that Mundo, pretty useful against all of those champs that build a bit of armor. And generally, it's known for the one-shot build. You go Prowlers if you want to one-shot with a barrel, and even took first strike. So he really is looking for that.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. When he's just got flat-out damage, the Ari is going to be difficult to hit. Morgana's got that black shield, and Kais is going to be dodging all over the place. So he's really kind of got to go for the Viego, I think, for his best success with the GP, with those barrels, obviously, with their, armor ignoring ability as well. So it's going to be pretty strong on that Mundo as well because of that feature. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how well he executes them. If he can land them as well as those sleepy trouble bubbles that Mrs. Crocombe was landing, then he'll have no problems.
A lot of stuff on his shoulders, I would say, since he really needs to be the main damage dealer of the team at this point. You can't really play around that. Your GP needs to be ahead. Your GP needs to do damage. Your GP needs to one-shot the enemy backline. Sometimes. So now we see what Flash coming down from the Tristana saw the binding over the tree bush and decided not to risk anything. That's going to be so big in the early game. Maybe even Viego decides to take a trip in the bot side of the map and find a kill out of the Tristana. That might be a choice.
Yeah, see, I think like he's doing, start your red jungle, and work your way down and try and capitalize on that burnt flash now. Yeah.
So no flash onto the Tristana. Viego is probably going to play 4 bot side maps since he starts top side now. Looking to, he can even skip some camps at this point since the gank potential in the bot side of the map is so damn big. We'll see what he decides to do as we approach the first buffs of the game. Blue buff for Coaster Trap and red buff for the Viego. Our MVP so far for this series. Let's see if lives up to his name.
Yeah, no, we put the pressure on him now. Yeah, try the engage there.
Actually, Tristana and Thresh went for an ambush. The binding hits onto one, but no action for now possible, as they both run away.
Yeah, just both kind of sussing each other out, really. The Mundo, he's going to be alright to start off with. The GP's not going to do too much, especially since Mundo is manaless. So, he's just going to be able to heal up and sustain pretty well. Gangplank's just going to have to keep an eye on his mana consumption. Or on the hook, just not quite getting there. The Dark Binding.
Misses. The Binding hits though. Rooted in place. Kai'Sa will just find those stacks onto the Tristana. That might just not be a kill. It is. First blood goes to the Kai'Sa. The flash away. The Morgana finds the Binding. Now that's just a challenge between an ADC and a support. ADC usually wins this. Double kill goes to the Kai'Sa. So damn big for the cheesy garlic bread Mafia bot lane. No flash on the Tristana. And now both of them died. Tristana not even getting one kill in that exchange. So big for them.
Yeah, absolutely huge start to the game. Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia saw that hook that missed, so that was their opportunity to land the Dark Binding, which did. Well, there's a bit of a fight in the middle, but yeah, I mean, I don't understand why Incisor decided to kind of stick around, really, because it was just taking damage upon damage from the Kai'Sa. And eventually gave the kill over, and she's got a double kill. And then Valkyrie unfortunately sticks around, tries to get a kill in return, but he's giving his life over to the ADC as well. So not a great trade, but we got a fight here.
Yeah, flash coming down from the Sejuani to grab that Morgana. Buzzrack goes back to base. That's one kill in return as Claytrons Academy responds to the initial action.
Yeah, a bit of respite there, because the Thresh, he's the one that got the kill. So sadly, Tristana is so far behind, 2 kills down now. Has got it all to play for. Had no flash. Has an exhaust. Exhaust obviously being favoured at the moment over the heal usual summoner ability. But yeah, I think now that means that Coaster Trap is going to have to head down and give his bot lane a helping hand. Oh, good hook.
Hook lands.
Yeah,
At the same time, yeah, you still have that black shield. Even if the hook lands, your Thresh can't really go in. You can't really engage in. There's always the possibility of a black shield blocking your play. So I see no choice for Claytrons Academy to just farm for the second. Just wait for your jungle to give you some help. Maybe in the end, the black shield only blocks damage onto one target, only blocks stun onto one target. So you can maybe try to contest that. As in the bot side, we might see a 3v3
nice
bomb
hook.
stick onto Dim. Flashes
So much
away.
damage. Go
Same
on!
time that Tristana tries to go for it, doesn't find anything. Bit of a fight in the top side too, as level 4 Mundo against level 5 GP. The trial by fire does a lot of damage. Barely finds the kill. And now dash is available for the Silas. Steps 4, level 5 still. No lethal.
Yeah, what a chain of events that was.
From bot to top. So much action. In the mid lane, we go back again. Flash coming down from Ari and from Silas too. A change of flashes. Ignite takes Silas down. Noka grabs the kill. 3-3 onto the scoreboard for now.
So he missed the charge on that Sejuani, and I knew as soon as that charge didn't land, something bad was going to happen. And unfortunately, it just went from bad to worse, didn't it? And that Silas, who did get a kill finally, has gone down to the Ari. So that's 1 kill on the Ari, 2 on the Kai'Sa. But there was the Retribution in the top lane, wasn't there? The Gangplank coming in. Is he getting a kill?
Oh, Retribution is the name of the game. As Silas grabs 1 kill onto the Ari. That's revenge. Great job by the mid laner. Kroko, clutch yet again.
Yeah, coming back and getting his 2nd kill at least. So that's made it slightly better. We see the dragon is being taken as well. First one of the game.
Yeah, first dragon of the game. Dude, it's again a Cloud Soul, I swear. If this is the next Soul, it's a Cloud Drake yet again. If this is the next Soul...
It's Illuminati.
There's some problems.
Yeah, that's a glitch.
There are
Glitch in the Matrix. But yeah, so we kind of touched on that fight in the top lane. You know, the Mundo was a level down on the Gangplank as well and still tried to kind of continue the fight. Because I've been there as well. I used to top lane and you kind of like... You started the fight and you're like, well, I can keep going, I'm not too bad. And then you're like, well, now if I step out of this fight, you know, it's a bad trade and I'm lost a lot of health. So, you know, you try and just stick in and see like how it kind of goes. And unfortunately, he just stuck around too long. Really well played from the Gangplank. Held on to his Q because he knew that Mundo was going to try and flash away. And like you said, that Trailblaze with that kind of, with that heal reduction really came up clutch there and got him his first kill of the game.
I should remember the viewers that when GP was buffed, when they added something like 50 damage to his passive, they still haven't nerfed that. So GP is still kind of broken in the top side. Melee range especially, you can't really contest his damage. That fire sticks so much, stinks so damn hard.
Yeah, so damn much. Yeah.
Now we jump into song references. That's Game 4 effect. If you guys want to see more songs coming out on this cast, stick with it. And
taking suggestions for karaoke songs anytime.
Yeah, we might try to do those in some dead moments during mid game, maybe.
Yeah.
People farm and farm and farm. And yeah, but for now we've seen a lot of action. As we see maybe in the mid side, not really. Sejuani just looking to make her way to the bot side of the map. Flash is back up again for the Tristana. So that's not a target you can really capitalize on anymore. But no CS difference, no significant CS difference in any side as of now. I would have expected the GP to have a bit more CS, as we see now, like a 10 CS diff.
Yeah. The Ari ultimate was popped there just to get out of danger. But yeah, Mundo's kind of caught up a bit. There was a point before he was about 20 CS behind. But he's managed to kind of catch up somehow, really. I think GP's had his eye off the ball a bit with that CS farming, but and now the Rift Herald is next on the menu.
Yep, GP prior, the prior that GP gives you makes getting her so damn easy. And if you match that with a GP push, you can get so many plates and give so much gold to the GP. Usually when you see gold leads, and there's a GP in one of those teams, GP usually has the gold lead because of his passive, which grants him gold with every single minion killed by the parley. But killed might be even the Ari? No, She's not killed. Oh, the ultimate.
One more.
The
No, I
barrage
think
is
she's
not
fine.
enough. For one more wave needed. Damn. That would have been so big for the GP, but doesn't grab that kill. But the Herald, though, nothing to stop that apart from the Viego.
Yeah, just about takes it just before the tower goes down, at least.
Would I like that timed with some sort of objective? Maybe if you wanted to set up Drake, you time your Herald with the mid push. So the enemy has to choose, do I go and stop the Herald, or do I contest Drake, do I fight Drake to try and get this objective from them? And in any case, you actually lose something. You either lose plates, you either lose waves, or you lose a dragon. Mid lane, some slaps coming down from the mid jungle, but nothing too serious, as Croco will be able to jump back. So, what are the biggest ultimates for the Sylas? You have the Ahri, that's pretty good. You have Viego, that's good too. Heartbreaker, always really OP.
Yeah. I mean, when you're picking a Sylas, you're looking for those reset abilities. I've been in a game where you got a Sylas against a Pike, and you're just so strong late game. It's unbelievable how strong you become. So obviously that Viego ultimate is going to be pretty tasty for him. And of course, I'm not actually seeing the interaction myself, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't sadly get the the soul possession.
Probably not.
No, but he does get the reset on it still. So there is that to it. So it's a nice reset, and of course the Ahri ability is nice to use. 3 dashes on the Sylas means that no one can really get away from him. And of course the killer instinct on the Kai'Sa. Again, all about that kind of gap closing for the Sylas there. The Mundo one, just gives you a bit of health back every so often, kind of useful in a team fight. But do you know what? Actually, I think the Morgana ultimate on a Sylas could be really lethal. If he gets in the middle of that team, activates that Soul Shackles, then he roots the entire team, and then you've got the GP and the Tristana to clear that up as well. So the Drake's about to be going here.
Yep. Sun will land onto one, but gets shaken out immediately. The Soul Shackle will find 2 targets. The box slows them down. Unstoppable in the midst of the fight, goes back to base. Killer Instinct into the backline. Ixa strikes yet again. Tries to do the hero play. One last auto will find the Tristan, and that's a 1v2 for now. Ahri flashes away, but flashes a bit too soon. The chains come down from the Sylas. Just one more auto. Finds it with a Q. And that's one Drake and a whole damn fight going down in the favor of Claytrons Academy.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. Fortunately, means also we're not getting Hextech Soul this time, so we can scratch that one off for Illuminati for 3 games in a row.
Thank God.
Yeah, I know, and you can see Ocean Dragon is coming up next, so Soul is either going to be Infernal or Mountain Soul, I believe. So we've got a bit of a pause here as well. So thank you, game, for pause. Thank you for pausing so we can reflect on that, which gives us more time. But
so Mountain Soul, Infernal Soul, Ocean Soul, a lot of really useful souls. And which team is best for Drake stacking? I feel like every single time the team that has better late game gets more value out of Drake stacking. So at this moment of the game, I would say that having the Drake stack onto the GP is actually big.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got that Infernal Soul with the GPQ, and especially the barrels as well, that's just you're gonna be proccing the entire team on that as well. So that's gonna really come up clutch there if it is an Infernal Soul. But of course, as well on the other side, it's kind of Infernal Soul works basically both for either obviously like a burst champion, like someone like a Sylas who can just pop you instantly. I mean, if he's got Infernal Soul, it just adds that bit of extra damage just to like clean up, So if he's against a Viego, he's obviously going to be a bit tankier, and he'll just help with that kind of dealing with those resistances. But then, of course, the poke's kind of really nice as well. If the Kai'Sa's firing out those W's every so often, and it's just adding that little proc of extra damage, it's going to really feel... they're really going to feel the pain of that on the side of Claytrons Academy. You know, the Tristana's being hit and she's down to half health. It's setting her back for the team fight. You know, if there's a Baron or something like that. Mountain Soul, I think, is underrated as well. You know, you get that little bit of shield, but it's kind of a double whammy. It's that not only do you have a shield, but the enemy don't have that shield as well. So it's almost like kind of you're gaining that and they're losing it in a way. So again, on the Silas with that shield and the resistances that the passive builds up is really strong. But we've got Ocean coming up next, so it won't be an Ocean Soul, sadly. So we'll see.
No, that's an Ocean Soul. That's the third Drake onto the map. We're at 2 Drakes. We have 1 Cloud, 1 Hextech. There's a third Drake come down, and it's an Ocean Soul. So a lot of bushes, a lot of water stuff.
We're on the Ocean Soul already, right? Yeah.
Some drops of rain onto the Rift. Let's hope
Bit of water.
some more action will come down, especially in the middle lane. I want to see more things come down in the middle lane. Noka had a pretty good outplay onto the Sejuani sooner this game with the gank that he did in the mid lane. Was able to find that charm, find that ignite, and take the Silas down. But I want to see more. I want to see more Kroko. This guy has been insane the past matches. He's going for that Night Harvester, not that popular of a pick of items onto the Silas.
Yeah.
You go for that Everfrost, go for maybe Leon Trees sometimes. Never actually seen the Night Harvester, that maybe he has some sort of plan in mind.
Yeah, well, you see, he's got the Kindle Gem as well, so I think that might build into a Spirit Visage, possibly. Because there is a fair bit of magic damage on their team again. Got the Cook, but no.
Cookline's under one, but you always have the Black Shield.
Yeah, not going to follow that up. Oh.
No point in falling to that.
Here you go, though.
He's on to 1 jump coming down from the Tristana. Killer Instinct brings him back to safety. Jumps again, but doesn't find the Kai'Sa. Morgana flashes away. The Binding will find 1, and he might just be able to run away, but the GP is there to find her onto the river. No flash onto the Morgana anymore.
1 Q should
just
do it.
Early.
Oh.
Not. He's stalling out so much time.
Yeah, had to burn the flash as well. Yeah, Rift Herald is up though, so it's kind of good timing. Look, see if they will go for it here. There is the Mundo around, but Tristana's here as well, so it should be pretty simple there.
At the same time,
Silas.
She's looking to trade in the boss side of the map. Almost a kill onto the Ahri, but Viego's here to help. Finds the stun. Spectral mode does big damage. The Blade of the Ruined King might be just enough to bring the Silas down, or even not. Silas pretty good in those 2v2 situations. Shut down. Try to go for it.
Yeah,
pretty good
just
play.
Missed.
Pretty good play for the Silas. Just missed the Heartbreaker. Wasn't enough.
Yeah, well, we did say we were having some playing some music or singing some songs earlier, and Ahri had her dancing shoes on there, just being able to sidestep that stolen Viega ultimate, which really turned the tide, because obviously the Ahri goes down, that's a reset for the Silas, and probably kills the Viega as well. So it just goes to show, and that's a classic example of League of Legends, that just small little change in sequence of events flips the whole thing right round. That now Silas dies, Ahri survives, and Viego gets a kill as well, and you know Silas has to go back to base. So
you could say that Ahri was a dancing queen.
Yeah, not young and sweet.
Like Ava said once.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Song reference number 2 prepared, of course, and
more to come.
Might see some more as both the teams approach the river.
Yeah. Tune in next week for Sapric's song references.
Featuring Smeet on the instruments. Maybe a rap part for him.
I think it might be Chico time because the Drake's going down.
Yep, Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia has the control over the Drake 4. Now Serrani steps 4, but he grabs the Dragon 4 all the way from GP. That's big damage onto the battlefield. But at the same time, Cheesy is so damn low at this moment. He can't really do much. Ahri dashes away. 1 dash available for her. Everyone is so low onto the map. Claytrons Academy, grab that Drake, grab the fight. They're so low, but they're still looking to push just a bit longer. This GP is full HP as of now. He's so damn angry. He has a first strike. He has Essence Reaver. He's styling through Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia. And with the Tristana, they just look to grab even more turrets into the mid lane. Perfect execution for Claytrons Academy.
Yeah. Really well played there, and Coaster Trap coming up trumps there, stealing the dragon, and an excellent Glacial Prison just to top it off. Really made that fight and won it for his team. And Kroko just carrying on as well, dealing out the damage. Some good damage again from the GP as well. Of course, Ikaya was on the Vayne last time, so slightly different kind of approach this time with a melee AD champion, but certainly still dishing out the damage so well. And the Mundo hasn't really been able to kind of have an impact and really do that much this game compared to the Sejuani. And Viego's not quite picking up at the moment. DM, and being an off day, I think you jinxed him with that MVP nomination, but still all to play for. But good to see Claytron Academy for the first time probably across these three games that they're actually the ones in the lead and in control.
Have the lead at the moment in kills, in gold lead. That GP is getting so much gold onto the map.
My God!
What can you do against that? He has a collector second item. He didn't really go for the prowlers. He went for the collector straight forward.
That's bold. That's bold, Carbon.
Big balls coming down from the GP.
Yeah.
They can do so much damage onto the battlefield. It's going to be such a nightmare to actually walk into this GP. And you're walking with the Kai'Sa. You have a Morgana who has to get close to get the soul shackles. This Mundo doesn't have any sort of CC, doesn't have any sort of value in GP's eyes, as GP does so much damage and Mundo can't just ignore that. One of the few instances of damage that Mundo can't ignore. And as we said in the early game, Viego has only a single target stun, which GP can cleanse really easily. As I might have talked too soon. No, the Lantern is here to help him out. Valkyrie is clutch in those situations. Now, next objective. What's the next objective on the map? Dragon is down.
Yeah.
Baron is down, of course. Not Baron yet, as of now. Do you look to get those turrets? Do you look to get maybe invade? Do you look to trap the enemy team? What do you actually need to do in this situation?
I think just go home and have a cup of tea, really. Just put your feet up.
Maybe a chula drink, that would be a really great choice.
Exactly. Chula drink, nice Japan inspired drink to cool you off in this hot game we're having right now.
Hot is Mrs. Kroko onto the Silent, who gets a solo kill onto the Ahri. Well, I think I might just change a bit idea onto the MVP. I think Kroko is kind of stepping up this game.
Yeah, just done well every time, and like I said, it's a shame that it's not turned into a win. But as you were saying before, I think turrets is got to be a priority at the moment. Certainly, if you're Claytron Academy, because you've got this lead, and the difference between the good teams and the great teams are they turn this lead into a win and into objectives as well. So nice kind of side push there from Kroko, takes out the enemy mid laner and the turret, so that's opened up that bot lane nicely. Minions are going to push a lot further down the map, so now he can go back, build his items. He's got the Archangel Staff, obviously, and he can probably turn his attention to the top side of the map maybe. But as you can see, obviously, the Drake is up in 30 seconds, and that will be one Drake away from Soul if they get this as well. So just really better kind of organization here across the team. I think just better picks in general as well. I think that Silas pick, I mean, all his picks have done pretty well, but the Zoe just didn't quite have team fight presence. And, the Silas is that team fight ability. So I like the change to the champion here, and is, doing really well so far.
Completely agree. As Claytrons look to grab control over the bot side river, looking for an engage, looking for a pick before the Drake fight opens up. Mundo in the top side has a TP available for him. GP2 has also the ultimate. Maybe he won't even need to TP down. Salas will grab the Soul Shackles out of the Morgana, as you said, a really big ultimate for him. Dragon going down pretty quickly. TP comes down from the Mundo. GP is soon to fall. Sunlight onto one, and now Incisor is the first one to find the kill of the fight. GP ultimate is big. Collector gets the damage. Double kill goes to the Pirates.
Will he steal it?
He just starts.
He got it.
Wait, he actually got it. Mundo gets the Drake. At least that's a consolation prize for Chizigari Bread Mafia. But Claytrons Academy will win the team fight. Big damage coming down from this GP. Not even a mythic completed on him. He has Lord Dom, he has Collector, he has Essence Reaver. So much crit, so much damage, yet no mythic. Imagine when this guy will have one mythic item and get that legendary stats.
Yeah.
He's just gonna be insane.
My God, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it was, but there was one burst spell that happened at the start of that fight. I think it was the GP that popped off with his ultimate, and suddenly Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, they had been burnt to a crisp because they got ace, and the GP was doing so much damage. The Tristana was dealing her part as well, and the Silas was following up suit, but didn't get that Drake in the end. A good steal from the Mundo. It's the smallest consolation prize they could probably have got. And it was an objective bounty as well, so a bit more gold back in their pocket. But yeah, I mean, mostly clean ace. I think they did, one member of Claytron Academy did go down. I think it was the Sejuani. But yeah, so in control at the moment, and got the Baron now. So just got to stick to the objectives now, not get carried away in these team fights maybe. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, both teams looking to set up some more vision around the map. As you said, looking for Claytrons Academy to be a bit more careful with their actions. To not risk it, to not rush it most of the times. Just play chill, put some vision, apply some bit of pressure on one side of the map and look to grab one pick or another for the next objective. As of now though, look at the vision in the top side of the map came down from Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, really looking to protect their jungle. 2 contra wards in the top side of the map. Will not be safe territory for the GP, as he might be threatened by some sort of gank. But he's still a GP with 3 items, so it's going to be hard to take him down. At the same time, they are looking to siege this mid turret, but they only have one ranged damage dealer, which is the Tristana, but does a lot of damage with the bomb. Maybe looking to engage a bit. Shrani maybe takes a step too much as he gets charmed in the midst of the fight. 2 dashes onto the Ahri. No death on the lane for now.
Yeah, managed to just about get away there. Ahri I thought she had to use her ultimate there, but managed to just get out alive with that. Yeah, she did use it. It did go off after a while.
Yeah, she used it.
Yeah, did use it to get out. Turret does go down. Yeah, it's just mad at the moment. I mean, Viego as well, even in the jungle, has just barely got his Divine Thunderer, but and the ADCs. But yeah, that GP is the difference right now. 5 kills, 40 CS ahead as well. Nice hook.
Lands onto one, but Black Shield always possibly had to flash actually. Maybe she didn't actually have the Black Shield at that time. And as we always say, having great power comes with great responsibility. Look at the bounties on Claytrons' head. If you kill this GP, you get 700 gold minimum.
Yeah.
Probably even more. Stram lands onto one, and Claytrons is actually rushing a bit here. They can't really siege this mid turret, yet they are trying to go for it. Maybe they'll try to go for a bit more a more chilled approach. Maybe set up some vision in boss side. Look to get that soul. Look to get maybe a Baron, and then try to push the mid lane. Try to push the silence. But for now, you've kind of wasted a bit their advantage.
Yeah. We're trying to go. I mean, they got the turret. Maybe tried to go for the inhibitor, but were smart enough to just walk away and take what they came for. So reset, go for the next objective. So again, next Ocean Drake is up very soon. Isn't quite soul point, obviously, after the epic Mundo steal somehow. No idea how that happened, but I've been charmed. But it should be okay there with the cheeky oranges.
I think that Claytrons should relax and take it easy, as we're gonna force into the fight. He doesn't take that easy as well. That's 5v4 basically right now, and GP can just zone them out so damn easily from the river. That might just be soul point for Claytrons Academy. Don't really see how Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia can contest this Drake. Maybe they will try to look for a trade, maybe push a wave. They haven't really gotten any turrets for the time being. They're looking to push this mid turret, has a bounty on the turret's head, but GP will just block them from doing that. Only one member of Claytrons Academy is enough to do the Drake. Yeah, just perfect execution from Claytron Academy, not letting any openings for Cheesy Guard Mafia. This GP is so damn strong.
Oh, but he is taking some damage. They've just got nothing to go after him, really. I mean, he's got the oranges, obviously, so the Dark Binding's not going to keep him down. They get this Ocean Drake onto Soul Points. But, you know, they've got a charm for the Ari, but just no one can get near him, really. He's just free to really dish out the damage, because the Viego can't really match him. I mean, Viego has 1 completed item. The Gangplank has 4 completed items. Literally 4 times as many items as the Viego, so he just can't match that at all. And this is what happens with junglers sometimes. They fall behind, the laners just get so damn strong. And, you know, Mundo is trying to do his best to help out, but the Tristana is melting these turrets as well. And it's all going to pop. Well, I think a game 5 is on the cards, my friend.
Yeah, maybe we are actually going to Silver Scrapes, as game 5 might be over the corner, but let's not be rushed right now. There's a lot of possibilities for Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia. A lot of items coming up online. We have a Banshee's Veil, not exactly the best damage dealing item, I would say, but surely blocks that engage coming up from the Sejuani or a hook or a Thresh hook. But I feel like at this point, Cheesy Guard Bread Mafia lacks a bit of damage. That's one of the main problems.
Yeah. I know, that's what I mean. The Viego obviously is falling behind and he's trying to catch up. You know, Ari's doing okay, but unfortunately, Knocker hasn't been able to quite have the same impact. Landed some good charms. There was that point at the start. I think it really made a difference there at the start in the lane when she did get a kill onto the enemy jungler, and then, you know, stuck around in lane and gave the kill away, which, you know, has proven to be quite detrimental, because now look at the Silas. He's just so strong. That was his 2nd kill that he took back from her. So, you know, Kaiser's doing all right. 4 and 3. He's got that Kraken Slayer, got the Phantom Dancer, and now also Last Whisper as well. So, you know, there's still all to play for, that's for sure. But there's just so much burst damage. Like, it's not like a tank when the tank's ahead. It's like, you know, they're kind of unkillable, but eventually you can kill them. Whereas if you can't even survive against this Gangplank, really. He just does 3/4 of your health. So it's going to be a tough one.
This GP is full build at 30 minutes. He only needs 1 item and he has a stopwatch, so that's basically full build in my book.
Yeah.
And yeah, they'll just look to grab this Baron for themselves. They can't really contest this. Stunned in place. DM has to dash over the wall maybe to try and get it, but Thresh is the one out of all people. Thresh is the one to get it. And Ikuya grabs 1 kill onto DM. Maybe I was a bit too rash at calling him MVP of the series. And Ikuya actually stepping up in this match, being able to find those openings, being able to actually get so damn big onto the GP. I think he's the one that's actually unstoppable on Claytron's side.
Yeah. I know, maybe we've got to rethink our MVPs, but in this game, certainly he is the MVP here.
Yeah, Kroko goes golden for a bit, rooted in place. Sejuani might be first one to fall on the side of Claytrons. So no, Incisor is on a rampage. Meanwhile, Kaisa will go back to base, even if her base is so damn close to where she died. But Claytrons grabs 1 inhib and runs away. Doesn't really rush, good to see. A huge gold lead onto their side. That's a 15k gold lead. There's a GP, of course, so that a lot of the gold is in his pockets. But at the same time, you can't really ignore a 15k gold lead. That has to mean something most of the times. And just look at the bounties on Claytrons' heads. GP 700, Sejuani 150, Silas 150, Tristana 600. Those guys are fed.
Yeah, doing really well. And the Tristana has finally come through. You know, that first game, that, as in game 2 that we watched, you know, didn't quite land with the Zac. Has got a staple standard support in the Thresh. And Valkyrie's been pretty good with his grabs, actually, and keeping the enemy away from his Tristana. So, you know, there's a reason that this is a staple combination, because it works so well, and it's doing pretty well here. The Morgana hasn't really been able to, you know, do much there, but might get caught. DM.
That's the Claytron. Try to trap the enemy. Doesn't always work. When it works, it's big. Now, Disregarded Red Mafia looking to try and grab some vision around the map, but it's so damn impossible. This GP could come from any side. As Mundo will block the initial hook, Thresh will still get the cooldown reduction onto the skill. At the same time, you can't really go in if you're Disregarded Mafia, and Ari learns that on her skin. Dashes over the wall, tries to go to safety. DM is the next one to fall, and Claytrons looks for more. Mundo is on the run, uses ultimate. Double kill goes to Kroko. Might even look for a third. Not for now.
That's the nail in the coffin that they're looking for. Claytron Academy have absolutely stormed this game. Just really well crafted, executed perfectly. Really can't say put a single foot wrong really. And we're going to game 5.
Perfect execution from Claytrons Academy. Disregarded Red Mafia looks so damn lost. We praised DM so much. We thought he was the best jungler of this series. We thought he was so damn strong on the Viego, onto Diana. But Claytrons Academy proved us wrong, and we're actually going to game 5. We are going to Silver Scrapes. And I can't wait to see who wins this match. I'm so damn excited.
Yeah, it's tasty, tasty, tasty. I love it.
Chat, spam who you think is going to win and who's your MVP. We would love to see your opinions. I think, even if DM lost the match, he will still be the MVP.
Yeah,
I think if he wins the next match, he will be the MVP.
Yeah, seriously. Either way, I know it's an interesting one because the two storylines that Claytron Academy, they won the first game, they lost 2, and they've suddenly come back, and they're all ready to kind of just sweep the series. But also, Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. I'd be so heartbroken if they've got this far. Excellent performances, and just reacting. And in this game was that Claytron Academy, they were being a bit less desperate with their engages. They seem to kind of have this more like calmer approach, and just kind of be like, right, guys, let's like pick off what we can. Let's not take too much. And you saw how good it was. Round the Dragons, just picking off the teams. And unfortunately, Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia just couldn't handle it really, and just the sheer damage from the Gangplank. It was the team fight capability because Claytron Academy had more single target champions. They had the Zoe, they had the Vayne, and they had the Diana, didn't they?
Diana was on DM's side. But,
not Diana. Yeah. Well, they had the Sejuani, didn't they? As the tank. So they didn't have the damage there as well. But this time, they had the AoE teamfight damage and absolutely blitzed them out. And the Thresh and Tristana was a really nice kind of icing on the cake of that win. So all to play for.
Well, if Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia ends up losing the next match, we can say that they tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. As one last song reference is needed before we take. This is a 4th pause before the next game. Guys, remain in chat. I know it's late. I know you guys want to go to bed. Maybe, I don't know if you're night out.
You got to stay awake for this one. No chance.
One game remaining to see who's going to get the first spot into the semifinals of Group 1 Division 4. Stay tuned and come back after the pause. See ya.
See you soon.
Game 5. Game 5.
Silver is scraping as we approach Game 5 of this series. Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia against Claytrons
Oh,
Academy
baby.
started so early. And it's so damn late now, but don't go to sleep. Don't you dare go to sleep. We still have to see one game. And it's going to be a banger as we approach. the start of the draft. Both teams have so much to lose and so much to win. I'm sure we're going to see some great things out of all the players. I just want everybody to have fun, okay? I just want everybody to have fun and have a good time, enjoy themselves, and just crush the enemy with bones and blood. And maybe I can't say that.
That took a very weird turn, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay.
Have fun with bones.
So bones and blood apart. We are in draft. Tristana ban finally. Incisor can't really play that anymore, as that is locked up from him. Wukong banned five games in a row. I guess both teams really hate that. Really oppressive. A lot of mobility, a lot of knockups, a lot of CC. Vayne too. Can't really do that Sejuani Vayne trick. Kane banned. Probably because...
last time, because their usual bans have been Senna and Corki. Yeah, so the GP, taken off. I'm not at all.
So obnoxious.
Yeah. So, and then a Victor as well. Yeah, done pretty well on that Victor and Knocker. So, taking that away. And
Sejuani first pick again. Both teams loves this pick so damn much. They just first pick every single time. Don't care about the side. And a lot of CC, a lot of tankiness, a lot of engage. The initial skill shot of the fight, that's Sejuani most of the times.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate, it's quite a pivotal ability to have, really, because it's just a great little utility to have alongside your damaged champions. You got something that just bursts someone down. If you've got someone else that's locked them in place with that glacial prison, you've got all the tools you need to take down that kill. So, weird kind of high priority on this Sejuani, but it seems, I think, have we had a Sejuani every single game? I think maybe not the first one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And we have the response in the Volibear. A lot of your champs, and the Corki comes through, isn't banned, and now he will just make the mid lane really, really unfun. There's probably no action in the mid lane for the first 20 minutes of the game, most likely. Jinx 2 will come through, blue 3. A lot of range, a lot of poke, a lot of damage on on Cheesy Garden Bread's Mafia side, as they both grab that late game scare, that late game insurance. On the other side, still looking to actually grab something that scales, looking to grab maybe an AD carry that's so damn good in the late game. And instead, they grab the Lucian. That's a bit strange for me.
What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, Lucian is really low range, and you're coming up against a Sejuani that is looking to stun the enemy AD carry, and against the Corki and a Jinx. Corki and Jinx both have so much range. The best thing that Lucian can do is actually having maybe a Nami on his side, but in this case it's not possible since the trash is already locked in. But without a Nami, you're just looking to slow somebody down and make him reachable for the Volibear. And the way you do that is by building Cyrildas, because every single shot by the calling, Lucian's ultimate, procs Cyrildas slow. So at that point, you just slow one target down and the Volibear runs at him. But if you can't really hit Lucian ultimate onto one target, Lucian is just gonna be outpoked, outranged, and out teamfight dead, if that's a word. But
it is now.
really, really hard to pull the Lucian off in this situation. But I trust Incisor. Incisor has been really, really good so far this series, and looking to finally see one match where he actually carries, where he's actually the main character.
Yeah, interesting on that, Lucian. But the Volibear, when Countertrap had it last time, it didn't quite go to plan, really. They had the Zac backed up. They've got that Shyvana again, which they had in that first game. But yeah, just got to be really make use of that turret disable ability, because it's just such a pivotal, unique ability that it can really change how you approach a gank in a lane. Like
Ornn.
Yeah.
So
And then an all in
Sejuani is support. With Jinx AD carry, Hecarim jungle, and Ornn top lane. A lot of scaling, a lot of tankiness on Claytrons inside. They really love that 3-man tanky combo.
Yeah.
Now they have Hecarim, Ornn, and Sejuani. So it will be hard to take him down. Now the Sylas gets locked in.
Oof.
Sylas, where is the Sylas going? Is he going against Ornn?
No, he's going the mid, and the Shyvana will be top.
Okay.
I believe.
I've seen some players looking to play the Sylas into the Ornn. Every single time the Sylas gets the last chapter, he kind of out-trades Ornn in longer trades. And only way Ornn can actually win those trades is if he builds Executioners to negate some of that Sylas healing. But we won't see that this game, as we'll have Corki against Sylas. Corki will outrange Sylas. There's a lot of stuff that outranges JCGuard Bread Mafia here. Like, the actual only ranged champion they have is Lucian. And on the other side, you have a Corki, you have a Jinx, you have a Norn who can just launch an ultimate onto the battlefield.
Yeah.
It's going to be so hard for them to play around that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of kind of grabbing and damage throwing, and I mean, it's going to be literally a war zone in terms of like the abilities being flown around. Ornn is obviously going to be leading the line with that Onslaught of Shadows, with the Glacial Prison on the Sejuani as well. And yeah, beefy front line. So, you know, again, all on the Jinx and the Corki to dish out the damage while they do that. It's going to be a difficult, like, kind of team to attack in terms of Claytron Academy. You know, you got the Lucian there to kind of focus on, but apart from that, they've got a very beefy team, really. And it's going to be hard to take down. But Corki, of course, is an expert at that, taking down, you know, these beefy teams with his abilities. So, of course, the package has been nerfed, so it's not as frequent as it used to be at the start of this season. But nonetheless, still strong enough and makes a huge difference. Just dishes out so much damage. So, see how good Nuka is on this Corki, and if Croco can emulate his Sylas performance from last game.
I sure do hope so. We still have to crown an MVP of the series. We thought it was Diem, but now we're starting to make our minds a bit more. Maybe Croco is the one who actually can be MVP.
Yeah, we jinx him this game.
Even Kai'Sa has some really good games so far, especially onto the Kai'Sa. But let's see if DM actually has a really good performance. I think he's going to be the only MVP possible for the team. Otherwise, I see both Croco, I see Ikuya. Both those teams have potential MVPs, but everything will be decided by who wins this match.
Yeah, this is the decider.
Yeah, who goes to semifinals, who goes straight to the lower bracket, where all the losers stay. No, I'm kidding. Where all the people who still have hope stay, and still are striving to make it back to the winner's bracket and grab the trophy. And one of those teams might even be the one who could actually challenge Division 3 teams. We'll see how this goes. Both those teams haven't really reached first place, as was locked for the majority of the season. 6-0 is the first place of Group 1, Division 4. Kind of unreachable goal for those two teams who have ended 4-2 in the regular season. But still got a spot for playoffs. Still can do the magic. Everything is possible. 10 seconds on the clock, and we will approach the beginning of the match. And before we do that, I know it's late, but as a lot of doctors said, a lot of specialists say, drink water, and especially drink some True Law drinks if you have some in your fridge. Really refreshing. I'm sure a lot of you guys in chat really like it. We had a samurai against ninja debate some time ago, and I think there's a lot of Japanese fans.
Oh yeah.
Not Japanese fans, but Japan fans in the chat. So you guys might be interested in that. Grab a discount code with VAL20 on their website, 20% off. That's going to be the last time I'm saying that. Don't worry, guys, but be sure to grab one True Law drink. Even some players in this game actually are drinking. So if you want to be good like them, if you want to actually be a champ like our Division 4 players
like
in
our
Balance League
Croco.
tournaments. Yep, exactly, like Croco, like Incisor. Be sure to grab one for yourself, and we will look to resync with the main broadcast for a few seconds and come back to you.
Cool. Yep, I'm at 10.
Yep.
Cool.
Back into the
Let's
game.
go.
A few seconds it was. So.
Nice corgi on the corgi.
My favorite skin, to be honest.
That little butt with its wiggle.
And the auto attacks are so damn funny. He just shoots through a dog. How cool is that?
Yeah, I know. In like this fantasy world when they're on like Summoner's Rift, firing and batting out, and he's flying on a dog.
Oh, I mean, everybody has their own magic on the Rift.
Yeah.
And his magic is inside the dog. Don't judge.
Better than the cat.
Oh my god! Thank God we didn't see Yumi. Did you?
Oh yeah.
I forgot about Yumi. We didn't see any Yumi. We didn't see any Seraphine. We didn't see any Sona. Just straight up engage. Just straight up hooks and go in comms. That's beautiful. I don't really want to see Enchanter supports and Seraphine mids.
No, we don't want any cats on this Rift. Yep. But I think Yumi was banned in game 2. I think it came through. Senna got banned and then just hasn't been picked for these games. Lucy and Senna's quite a nice little combo sometimes. But yeah, instead we've got a possible ambush there as well. I think they know what the game is this time, but
they've tried it so many times. And
yeah, they tried it. Will it work?
Just know it.
Yeah, they're expecting it.
I mean, they're going.
Oh, and he's been.
Bustrike has to face check. Can't be slowed, says Sichuan is passive. Bit of a trade. No lethal fall now. Remember, it's a durability patch. Everybody has more HP, more armor, more magic resistance. But
yeah, again,
still,
try to pop the ignite.
Yeah, and also we have the ignite popped on the side of Valkyrie.
Yeah.
So that's summoner spell
A bit keen.
less. Valkyrie also took a fair bit, a bit of a trade. Below half HP for a moment, but held up a bit meanwhile. So both junglers are doing opposite pathings. We have Hecarim going to the bot side of the map, and we have Volibear. No, actually, Volibear started in the top side, sorry.
Same.
Already finished in the top side of the map, skipped Krugs, and we have Hecarim, who already finished his clear in the top side of the map and is looking towards the bottom side. Volibear, early game jungler, looking to maybe even skip some of the camps, looking to gank those lanes, has the Predator, has the Flash. Predator still obviously not usable since he doesn't have boots, but at the same time those early game ganks are so much valuable. Most of the times in the mid lane we see some slaps coming down from those two mid laners, and Corki should be able to actually get Prime in this lane since it's ranged, but at the same time Sylas can always have a bit of pressure even if his enemy is ranged, since he can just dash and get inside his range. And then what does the mage do? He just tries to run away, and most of the times he has to use the flash. But at the moment, nothing too serious. And first scuttle of the game going to the Volibear, as they claim sole control over the bot side river.
Yeah, all action happening down at the bottom really at the moment. Incisor and Valkyrie being pushed into their turret. The Hecarim is on the sidelines, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. But in the top lane,
the top side, we see a bit of a scuffle between the Shyvana and the Owen in the mid lane. Volibear flash was used, and an attempt of a gank onto the Corki, and the Corki didn't really have to flash, used the Valkyrie to run away. First recall of the game going to the bot lane of Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. Push the wave.
Oh, the Ghost is in as well. Interesting.
Or might have raided a bit too much for those minions, as Coaster is already in the top side. Has flashed if he wants to use it. So he will probably just be able to run away from this. Night used.
I don't think he really needed to use the flash. I think if he just dashed, I think the other two would have given up, really.
Yeah, he would have probably been fine.
Yeah, they're just a bit kind of trigger happy to use those summoner spells. You know, like you saw DM there come out with the Ghost when Silas was already pretty much under his own turret. So a bit of kind of desperation coming across really from DM. Just like he was doing in those game 2 and 3. Just kind of be patient, wait for the opportunities to react to, and it'll be fine. As Ocean Drake is up now as well.
Yep. You have Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia taking bot priority as Corki is approaching the mid lane back again. TP not used by both mid laners. And Hecarim is actually going to try and get the dragon, but Thresh is there to look to disrupt that. But as I said before, the bot prior really helps in those situations, and even with the words that Thresh is setting up, might not even be able to run away here as the traps lock him down.
Oh yeah, bad move.
Volibear is here, no package onto the Corki. That's pretty dangerous on the side of Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. Dragon is taking down 1000 HP. Oh! Steal come down from Kai'Sa. Perfect timing. Jinx gets the reset and runs away with it. That's a certified arcade moment.
Volibear had no smite, so just had to rely on the abilities. Again, a bit of lack of communication probably on zoning the Jinx away. Couldn't have done much more maybe, but just when you thought they were going to lose that dragon, it turns around for them.
Boss side, we see a bit of a trade. Valkyrie might be in trouble, stunned in place. Sizer dashes forward, tries to go for the trade, but Volibear is here and doesn't have the flash to try and dash into the Jinx. Hook lands and Lucian is here with the follow-up damage. Ignite will take him down. First blood goes to him. And now 2v2 will be left as both teams look to retreat for the time being. There's a 1-for-1. Thresh falls, Jinx falls, but the first blood goes to the Lucian.
Yeah, 1-for-1 in the end, and that flash hook. Oh, you love to see it. It's just one of those things in League you just like look out for, and when it's perfectly executed like that, really well played by Valkyrie. He's been great on this Thresh in the last game, but got to flash away. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Flash away. One auto looks for the rocket. Noka, 1 kill for him too. As his Corki with the first strike is farming so much gold as the game before. You might see some gold lead coming down in the mid game just because the Corki has the first strike. Not that much gold, but it adds up pretty quickly. As of now, the gold lead is in Claytrons Academy's advantage, but not too much, as it's just a 200 gold diff. And,
if that.
2 and 1 onto the scoreboard. One solo kill and 1 gank.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, that fight at the bottom. Kind of almost came out of nowhere, really. You thought the Jinx and Sejuani were safe, and then went all hands on deck, managed to land an excellent hook onto the Jinx, and then she was pretty much doomed from then on, really. So nice kill going over to the Lucian, get that early kill, because now he is coming back with that Noon Quiver as well. So Jinx does have it as well, of course, but he's got that extra Cloak of Agility, so just a bit of extra crit strike, just to kind of give him that extra damage, and he'll have some good presence in that bot lane. So now his jungler, close to trap, can probably turn his attention to other lanes, and maybe help mid lane, I think.
That Cloak of Agility might just turn fights around randomly, as it's pretty much RNG when those crits come online.
Yeah.
It's a 50% crit, so if you get one lucky crit inside a 2v2 team fight, that's pretty big. Of course, Coaster now doesn't really need to be bot side anymore unless he really wants to get this Lucian ahead or make Jinx scale even slower. But at the same time, do you really want to gank the Shyvana where Or can just double your stun and run away with the charge? Or now it's pretty hard to kill so much HP onto this tank. I would hope that Coaster goes for a bit more attention over the mid lane. You don't really want this Corki to scale this easily after he took the solo kill, and the first rank is making him actually getting him so damn rich over time, and it will slowly get even worse.
Yeah.
So I want to see a bit more of attention in the mid lane.
Yeah. Obviously Corki is stacking that tier. Is a bit ahead over the Silas as well. The Thresh almost got spotted, and sadly, no abilities were hit that day. But, so you can see Volibear going full tank, and he's engaging.
Actually, Buzzrack tries to phase check this. Traps will block the initial engage for the time being. No package yet for the Corki. Maybe keeping it for the next objective on the map. It's I just checked it. It's 15 seconds until he has package, so he could have just waited a bit and took it, or
10 minutes, yeah.
And no TP onto the Corki, so he can't just recall now, take the package, and go back into the fight.
Oh,
Not this moment of the game. Bottom really needs help. The stun onto the Sejuani, treating with the same thing. As he runs away, has to use flash, and now. At this point, Claytrons Academy can just do Baron without being disturbed by anything. As the hook lands on the Hecarim, no follow-up damage is possible on the turret. They have the volley ultimate, but that's a Hecarim. That's a pretty bulky Hecarim overall, even if he doesn't really have any defensive stats.
Has his ultimate to get away as well, so probably not worth it. I think that's right. The Drake is up as well, so again, just like almost holding on to your abilities keeps them away, zones the enemy away, rather than trying to use it and getting a kill.
Package now, though.
Yeah, got that package, so this could get interesting.
Yeah, with the pressure that Claytrons Academy have in the boss side of the map, Shyvana took a Herald, but now Noka might take a shot inside and flash over the wall with the dash from the Lucian. Unstoppable Void runs away, the Onslaught of Shadows finds him anyway, fleeing but not for long. Kai'Sa will grab one kill for himself as Shyvana looks to push in the top side of the map with the Herald she just took on her own. On top of
off screen, yeah.
So the Drake will go to Claytrons, to GG Guarded Bread Mafia, but at the same time you have a Shyvana on the top side of the map who's getting so damn big with those plates. Look at the CS diff over the Ornn, that's 20 CS
going in.
diff. Corki might just have enough damage to bring the Sylas down. No need for the Onslaught of Shadows as the Hecarim will just dash to the Sylas. Good try by Croco to turn it around onto the Corki, but just not enough. But Shyvana is here. Ultimate used. Rage of the Dragon might just not be enough. Valkyrie over the turret. DM tries to scuttle with Shyvana. 1 HP. She might just look for the 2v1. She actually gets the double kill onto 2 targets. Corki and Volibear, both Corki and who's the other one?
Hecarim.
Hecarim, sorry. Corki and Hecarim both fall down.
Oh, that's so caught up.
For the Shyvana.
Oh, amazing. I mean, all she had as well was the Bami Cinder as well, and that just goes to show you how much damage she did, because she got the proc with the E, which causes that extra magic damage, and she looks like she's going for another one.
Yeah, she's looking for a 3-0 in the top side, as the Volibear is looking for a gank.
Yeah,
doesn't have the ultimate, and the Ornn is so damn tanky, can't really go for that. But so Shyvana took some plates. Shyvana took the Herald. Shyvana took 2 solo kills. How do you stop the Shyvana?
Yeah, well, just with a really giant anti-dragon hammer, I think, is the only one at the moment. Because I'm just looking at the gold as well. She's about 1,000 gold ahead of her counterpart top laner. But again, the difference with these players is she reacted to the situation, or Akuya reacted to the mid lane situation. Saw they're trying to take turret, and now the Corki's going to go down.
Well, Corki didn't react in time, I guess, as Croco will grab 1 kill. Flash was not a possibility for the Corki, so we'll just go back to base. That solo kill in the beginning, it wasn't really that helpful, as I just noticed that Sylas has first strike.
He does.
That's a new thing to me, especially against the range champ, but if it's making it work, good for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst in the world. I mean, yeah, obviously Conqueror is the ideal pick for Sylas for that sustain. But I think he just, maybe the mindset was Corki obviously more of a burst champion. He's got to get his damage in early.
Maybe Ornn is robust enough to resist this star dive, but Croco will grab the kill anyway. Also, of Shadows though finds the target onto the Shyvana.
My God.
Shut down, goes to the Hecarim, that's pretty big. Croco runs away. Super Mega Death Rocket will go wide. A lot of action in the top side of the map, as we've seen so much action in the bottom side the past few matches. A pretty good sight to see, but as I say that, the stun lands onto 1, goes golden. Valkyrie, Incisor has the damage to threaten Kai'Sa, but that might not be enough as the Ignite will take him down. The calling is there to slow them down. Valkyrie has to run away. One last zap, one last auto from the Jinx. Bus Track actually gets the kill onto the Thresh. Not really the best thing to, and not onto the Sejuani, but anyway, that's a 2v2 kill on the side of GG Guarded Bread Mafia.
Yeah, interesting sequence of events there, because You know, you had Kroko and Ikuya and Kosa Trap in the top side, going for that dive on the Ornn, but again, his Hodgson's team are there to help him out, and DM was there with the Onslaught of Shadows, and Noka was there as well to help out. So it meant that they could turn the tide and get those kills, because Claytron Academy, again, they're trying to make these plays out of something and just trying to like tower dive an Ornn, which, you know, to most League of Legends players is not really something you usually go for. So, and it just basically blew back in their face. And again, like we've had, the story of this kind of series has been the one where Cheese Garlic Bread Mafia are winning their team fights and winning their matches. They're reacting to a situation that Claytron are trying to force, like this.
Yeah, like this, as the hook lands onto one. Swanee tries to stall out with the stun, but stunned in place is the Corki as he flashes away, tries to escape. The Valkyrie is just not enough. Kroko will grab yet another kill onto the Silas at 3 and 2 with a bounty on his head. They look to take control over the river as the new dragon will approach the rift.
Yeah, Cloud Soul this time as well, coming up in about 30 seconds. So does give that cooldown on your ultimate as well a bit, but obviously gives that movement speed as well, which for a Volibear, for a Shyvana, and even for a Lucian as well is hugely helpful. So
Look in the top side of the river. 3 people are just scared of the Shyvana. They can't really come close to her, and Ornn is just getting melted by
health.
And she just has an Iceborne Gauntlet. How's that even possible?
I know.
She's just blocking 3 members of Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, of a Claytrons of Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. As the traps will not find their target. The package used over the wall. Shyvana has the passive available. Unstoppable over the wall makes her escape. Inside the choke though, they try to run away, but the knockup is huge on their side. Now, Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia looking to sweep to Claytrons Academy as they find an ace. Almost ace, as Thresh is the only one remaining.
Wow. Well, I mean, that really was catching rats in a corner, wasn't it? Because they all just piled together, and Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, they just said, thank you very much, we will fire all our AoE abilities into one area, and like you said, pretty much an ace, but cleared all 4 members of Claytron Academy in that fight, with Valkyrie there to go back and lick his wounds and commemorate his fallen comrades. But yeah, really well played again. That, you know, they went for that dive onto the Corki in the mid lane turret, and then Drake was up. So again, the decision making of going for that kind of play when an objective is about to come up, and you know they didn't have all their abilities to hand.
Just in 17 minutes now.
Yeah.
No Baron onto the map, only Herald. They've seen this. It's under vision. Or on the side, the call of the Forest God. Silas might be in... Oh, that was Silas'
ult, yeah.
Yeah, now Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia on the run. As Team Claytrons Academy onto River looks to follow them up the flame. Onto 2 people, shutdown goes to Lucian. The second kill goes to the Silas. 2 kills for the Silas as he gets the double shutdown. Looks for more. The chains though might not be enough. Corki has big damage, no rockets in his arsenal anymore. And now Claytrons Academy actually looking to grab one for themselves, looking to turn back the tables. Oh, the call of the Forge God just for...
Oh, he tried it.
Oh! He tried it, but he gets stunned in place. The flame will push him back for the moment. Everyone is so damn low, but he doesn't have the damage. He's just a tank. Hotsong goes back to base. And that was so off tempo from Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. Great intent.
I wish I'd just seen that. I might even go back myself for a couple of seconds just to see what happened there, because that rocket must have literally... Thresh must have blinked away as that rocket came towards him there.
Like, he probably still had his shop open or something. And,
yeah, I think so. I'm just watching it now. Oh my god! So I've just watched it now as well, and actually it did hit him, but because he managed to get back to base, he healed up enough. He was in base when the damage had calculated pretty much, so he just about survived that. But it had hit him as he recalled. Oh my goodness me! So. There you go. But I think I'm a bit further behind you now. But what second are you on?
19 and 20, 19 and 21.
Okay, yeah, cool. I'll catch up. Cool.
Let's talk a bit about the past fight. So
yeah,
Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia actually took a really good fight inside the choke at the bottom side river. They took an all stays. Only Thresh was the last man standing. But at the same time, you kind of pushed a bit too much since those respawn timers are not that high yet. We're still at 19 minutes, haven't passed the 20 minutes threshold.
Yeah.
So there's still a Herald on the map, pretty easy objective to do, but those respawn timers came in clutch for Claytrons Academy, who were able to quickly contest that as Cheesy Guard Red Mafia were so down low after that bot side fight, and no immediate healing for them either. So
yeah, exactly. They were still on the map. They hadn't cashed in their gold from that first team fight that they played so well. And Clayton Academy just came back, full health, full abilities, and executed it well. And unfortunately, that has been an event that's happened a few times frequently over this series, that Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, they have kind of overstayed their welcome a bit and then ended up costing their lives, and it's basically kind of back to square one. So, but we can see Noka has actually pinged his own package, so his next package is in 1 minute. And the Drake is
the package.
Yeah, and the Drake is up in about 40 seconds, so they can try and find this together.
They would have to actually stall the Drake for a little bit, maybe try to reset it to get that package timing, but I see it pretty hard. Corki has a TP if actually Claytrons Academy stay for 20 seconds after they take the dragon down.
Yeah.
The Corki might come in clutch from behind, might come in clutch under the flank angles.
Just gotta survive, stay alive.
We're gonna see a bit more. Shyvana though, look at her onto the side. TP comes down in the mid lane. She will join the fight soon after 2 calls of the Forge God onto the river. We'll find some knockups. Pretty hard to understand which one was which. And as we see 2 call of the Forge Gods, we also have a pause. Apparently League of Legends couldn't really handle 2 gods onto the same rift.
Yeah.
So we'll come back in a few seconds when those 2 gods have settled their issue. Meanwhile though, let's see the situation before the Drake fight. Both the AD carries have flash. Both the mid laners have flash. Shyvana doesn't have a flash, has the ignite. The Valkyrie is really low onto the trash, can't really engage, can only maybe find 1 hook.
Yeah.
Can maybe launch one ultimate to try and protect his AD carry. But I kind of see Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia in a bit of an advantage here.
Okay.
I think the Corki rockets will do so much. They don't really have something to get onto the Corki, so the poke will be huge for the rest of this exchange in the bot side river. Valkyrie is just 1 rocket from death probably, or either 2. Game is on pause, so we will see what will actually happen. As both teams try to get some sort of poke onto the backline. Shyvana has a full rage onto her.
Ooh.
We'll see how that goes.
My game is frozen.
My game too, but just a problem with the pause, happens a lot of times.
Yeah.
There's for a river fight. That's a really good timing though.
Building up, the tension is building, there you go.
Building up the tension. Both teams are looking to grab their first skill shot onto the fight, looking to grab that first hook, grab that first engage. TP comes down with the package.
In with the package, yeah.
Hides a bit, gets over the wall, Croco. Valkyrie is already so damn low, does so much damage.
Package.
It might be trouble. Package will block them up from engaging. Shyvana goes in anyway, finds the stun onto 1. Ikuya is the first one to fall inside the fight. Hecarim though onto the backside. Did so much damage, yet died so damn soon. Croco responds with the same treatment. Shutdown goes down to Kaisa.
Oh my goodness me.
Go for Silas. You just can't stop this Silas without anti-heal. That's a quadra kill coming down from Croco. And I think I've just made my mind on who's the MVP of this series, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the one. His name up in lights, quite literally there with the quadra kill. Mrs. Crocum is making Mr. Crocum very happy today, and flying the Crocum family flag very high, because pretty much every performance, whether he's won, whether he's lost, he has stuck to his own game plan, and he has tried to do his best. So, doing really well here on this Silas, and came up clutch there. The Corki package, there we go. Just as being praised as well. It's fine.
Don't talk about that.
That was just gloating. That was a celebratory stopwatch.
We don't talk about the zone, yes.
Yeah, we don't talk about it anymore.
That was better.
Yeah, thanks. But yeah, so the Corki package didn't quite land very well. It kind of just went to the side a bit. Wasn't as disruptive as we thought it may have been. And yeah, so from there, basically, you've got the Ornn who's kind of just trying to sustain. And when Shyvana had, and then when Shyvana went down pretty easily. And then Kai'Sa still at least managed to hold the team fight despite that bad Corki package. But
talking about team fights, Valkyrie goes down. Maybe Team Claytron Academy pushed a bit too much, as they always do, and we always talk about it. Valkyrie is the one to be pushed out of the rift, goes back to base, and that's a 4v5 on Claytron's side. We'll see how they decide to manage it. They really, really want this mid turret, but
yeah, they've got to take it down soon. And that can really open the map up for them. So, of course, Kroko is looking really strong here, but it's unfortunately not quite good enough just yet. Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia have still got a strong team. They've still got the Onslaught of Shadows on the Hecarim. They've still got the Jinx, who's looking pretty healthy now with that Kraken Slayer, with that Phantom Dancer as well. And
3 items on Sylas.
Yeah,
you have a Sonic, you have a Night Harvester. This Sylas will do so much damage and has so much ability haste. The legendary passing countdown from the Night Harvester actually gives ability haste, and the Seraph Embrace gives that too. Valkyrie might be caught up again. The box was summoned on the battlefield. Ignite is taking him down. Shyvana goes in.
Nice.
Goes to inside, so grabs the kill onto the Ornn. This tank is not so tanky after all. So much damage coming down from the Onslaught of Shadows. My god. Goes golden inside the turret.
Yeah, it was a combination because Shyvana used her empowered E as well, so that's why that amount of damage came out at once. But of course there was no Corki there to help them out, so it was a 4v5, and Claytron Academy take that opportunity. And they're now going to take the Baron, and they've just taken that turret, and a really heavily favoured fight there to get them within touching distance of this quite incredible 5-game series.
Yep. Kroko will maybe fall down from the Baron actually, but take a step back.
He was okay.
Corki will trade for 1 turn in the boss side of the map, and now this Baron puts Claytron in such a good position. With the Baron, with so many waves pushed, your top turret hasn't even fallen yet. And Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia is still looking to grab that one, and it can't really do it since look at the vision on the top side of the map. Every single point of access that Cheesy might have on the top side is blocked by those words. So what do you do if you're Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia now? You have 2 things you could actually do. You could look for the Drake. You could look to end their soul streak and try to grab that soul for yourself. That's a Cloud Soul, not really that valuable. Or you could try to contest the Baron and try to get that top tower, play on the top wave. Really, really limited choices Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia has right now.
Oh, well played. Yeah, that's exactly what to do. Is just, they know they've got the advantage. They literally own the jungle. They can put their stamp down on it. They can put their standards and dig it in the ground, because this entire map is currently in the ownership of Claytron Academy. They're taking down the turrets really well. They're just pushing and turning the screw, and they're looking on to the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, all of Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia jungle is now Claytrons as they approach the base. 3 turrets standing, 3 inner turrets standing, and he will just run away as the Drake will be close to spawn. 30 seconds on that objective. But yeah, Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia just look like they are so damn lost in this late game. They've started so well. They won 2 games in a row, and I mean, probably wasn't enough, I would guess, unless they will find some sort of magic in this late game. There's a 7k gold lead for Claytron's Academy, and usually when that happens in the late game, it's so hard to come back to.
Yeah, it is really backs up against the wall, but that's what you got to do sometimes to win the series. You know, they have had some such good moments, and they did come back. You know, when there were points in those games where Claytron Academy were starting to get back into it, or had a kind of a gold lead actually as well. But Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, they still held on. They stuck to their game plan, and they were managed to see out those games and win them. So there's all to play for here, and this is where it matters most. Round the objectives, maybe they can get a kill. Maybe they've got to take out that Silas because he is the main man at the moment. Mrs. Crocombe is leading the line, and they're going for the start of the fight.
Shyvana looks to grab the enemy's attention as she blocks the choke. Dragon is taking down so damn quickly. Trash will grab that one. That's Soul Point for Claytrons Academy. That's Cloud Soul Dragon that might come into their pockets.
Yeah, a lot of cooldown reduction on their ultimates.
Yeah, the calling with a lower cooldown, that's really big. As you might find a lot of slows, a lot of damage onto the backline, even onto the front line. I think that's so much damage. Your thing it hits. At the same time, you have a Volibear who can just always go for those dives, can just always stay healthy, since I believe that ultimate gives you a bit of health on top of making you bigger. So it's not just for beauty. And how does actually Cloud Soul scale with Corki ultimate? Do you actually get faster rockets or not? That's actually a
so the individual dragons obviously give so the individual dragons now just give out of combat move speed, and then obviously the slow resistance, and then the soul obviously is that ultimate cooldown. So I don't think it affects them too much really. It's just maybe like 0.1 of a second sooner than usual, basically nothing too heavy. But yeah, it's like saying like on the Volibear Stormbreaker, it's already only every 90 seconds, so basically a free buff for Volibear every 90 seconds, which is basically at this point every team fight now. So a really pivotal ability to have, but of course no objectives up at the moment, so no real need for a team fight really.
Yep. So where I live, it's almost midnight. Probably in the UK it's not midnight, it's an hour less, but midnight for me, and I might just have to scream for midnight. We are approaching the late game, so many team fights that might come into the game. I want to see a Drake fight, I want to see a Baron fight, I want to see so many fights. Gear shots thrown, every single thing. Hope that actually happens as we are approaching the late game. Only one of those two teams will grab one spot in the semifinal, and 30 minutes on the clock. Looks like Claytrons will be that one team. Let's see how it goes. I said in the draft, I didn't really trust them. They literally had no range. They only had the Lucian. While on the other side, you have the Corki, you have the Jinx. But they actually proven me wrong, as this Lucian and this Silas especially has been doing so damn well. Croco, if you win this, you're actually MVP of the match. And you've made Mr. Coco a damn happy man.
Yeah, but if he doesn't win, then he's going to be very disappointed and face some bad discipline from Mr. Croco, I'm sure. But focusing on the game at hand, I suppose. The Baron, I believe, is coming up. Yep, pretty much just now. But, Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, they've got to be careful of these hooks and these engages. They've got to find the right engage. They've got to get that Lucian and got to kill the Silas as well. So, got to play it carefully here.
Need to really play it careful around the Baron, otherwise one mistake might mean defeat. These late game team fights are so damn important, since one lost team fight leads to a death of the Nexus most of the times.
Just no way out. That is game, set, and match, my friends.
Yep, game set for Claytrons Academy as they grab the team fight and they grab the win over Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. I didn't really see that team fight since I was a bit lagging, but good for them. Double kill goes to the Volibear, and they will just grab the Baron. Maybe not end the game yet, as Croco will look for one last kill on top side of the map. Ace for Claytrons Academy.
Yeah, death time is not too bad. Yeah, I know. It was a one-way team fight. Really, you can just see the power difference in the two teams. The Silas kit did really well to come around the side. Managed to take kind of zone away the two squishies for Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, and unfortunately put it in the oven, whacked up the heat, and absolutely crucified them. So yeah, just really great comeback here from Claytrons Academy after going 2 games down, and just almost seemed like a landslide at that point. We just, after not seeing the first game, we just wondered where they'd gone really, and just And then all of a sudden coming back with these 2 games as well has just been quite monumental. And unfortunately, the victim here is Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia, who they've run out of steam, really. They really gave it their all, and they've just not quite been able to keep the consistency. And, that's a learning curve because, like you said, still going to be in the playoffs. All hope is not lost, but it's, good lessons to learn. And they have been so good across the series. DM really carried those couple of games. And I think maybe where his performance has dropped off is maybe why they've just not quite been able to keep up the same performance.
In any case, though, still not the end. Those respawn timers came in clutch. There's a soul on the map now in the hands of Claytrons Academy.
Yeah.
But Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia is still standing, still looking to take that last breath. And they've not yet fallen. Everything can still happen.
Nice
I've seen.
Yeah, they're going in. Whoa!
Great engage coming down from the trash. Rampage onto Incisor. Corki is the first one to fall. The Golden Forge God is summoned upon the spawn. Zrani is the next one. Double kill goes to the Lucian. Hook
So
will miss.
tanky.
But at the same time, Shivan onto the side.
Dead.
Actually, ties. Guys are frying to 1 kill.
Yeah,
the
the
chase
Silas
coming
though.
down from Crocomus ends the hopes of Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia. Triple kill goes to the Lucian. And only Ornn is left to defend the Nexus. He calls the gods, but even the gods are not enough for now. Claytrons Academy claim the first spot in the semi-finals.
Well, there you go. I mean,
There you go.
The perfect conclusion, I think, really, to this series. I mean, it really had it all, didn't it? It had a Baron steal, it had a Dragon steal from a Mundo, it had comebacks, honestly, it had the Silver Scrapes, it had great individual performances, it had some funny moments. It really was just like a cinematic series, as you will, across all 4 games that we witnessed. I'm sure the first one was just as action-packed, but yeah, kudos to Claytron Academy. Again, like I said, you could see their kind of professionalism almost, that they may have lost 2 games, but they just kept going. They kept calm, they stayed cool, and they came back with 2 great wins at the end. And yeah, I mean, that kind of sealed it as our MVP. Mrs. Crocombe, the head of the family, really coming out clutch there with that Silas in the last 2 games, actually. So a really nice pick there, clever pick that Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia could not respond to, and now all I can do is crave cheesy garlic bread.
And we can say in the end, I guess, that Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia tried so hard, got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter for them, as we're gonna wait for an interview that might come for us. Some questions that might be done to the winners of this best of 5. Who do we have in chat?
Oh, Craft
We
just
should have. Oh yeah, okay.
there it is.
Yo.
Hello, hello.
Hey,
Good evening. So, who do we have here?
We go.
mid laner, which is me. I go by Craft colloquially, but Mrs. Crocombe being that game, I guess. And then Akuya, the top laner.
Yo.
Ah, nice, Akuya, very good. And
Thank
I guess your husband is going to be very proud of that performance. The Crocombe, Mr. Crocombe will be proud.
Yeah, very, very, very pleased. Very pleased.
Yeah.
with that.
What I was going to ask as well, yeah. So because the switch I kind of noticed was in that mid lane. Obviously, you had quite a few different champions. You know, you did well on the Talia, and then the Zoe as well, but obviously just didn't quite pull through for the team game. So
Yeah.
was the switch to the Silas to try and kind of compensate that, or was it just kind of, you know, you felt more comfortable maybe on those champions, and then, you know, what was the kind of the thinking to change the champion there?
Yeah, so historically I've been like a control mage player, hence the earlier picks. But it got to a point in the series where people were fairly demoralized, understandably. Like, no one gave up or anything, but you know, people are tired or whatever after a long series, and you're 2-1 down. And I felt, especially getting this team tended to like to play through sort of their ADC carrying team fights, that I needed to be on maybe something slightly more playmakery. And I was like, do you guys trust me to just pick whatever the fuck I want? And they went, yeah. So I picked Silas both games, and the rest is history, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, really came up clutch because we were having chats. I don't know if you guys tuned into the casting at all, but we were talking about the MVP as the series was going along, and DM the jungler for Cheesy Garlic Bread Mafia was doing pretty well and kind of slipped, and I think we actually kind of jinxed him. I think really, bless him. But and then obviously in the top lane, I was having a bit of a meltdown because these picks left, right, and center with a Zac bottom as a support, and then a Shyvana in the top lane. And I've just come back to casting League, and I'm like, what is going on? Am I in like season 2 or something?
Yeah, the Shyvana top is so fun. It's like we played
Yeah.
in LPL recently, and I think everybody's just picking it up now. It's so
Yeah.
good.
Seen that too.
Yeah.
But why is such a high priority on the Sejuani?
Oh yeah.
Why do you think that is?
It's a thing between the two teams, I think. So our jungler historically, whether this is an accurate representation of his skill or not, has been known as like a borderline Sejuani one trick. It's not really true, as we saw in that series, but that's sort of his how he's been classified by other VL members. And then on their team, we obviously played them in the regular season, and they played the Sejuani top already there. Certainly last season they played jungle, and then we also saw this game they could play at support. So I think both the Vayne and Sedge picks, which ended up like basically being pick up in every game, became borderline like mini meta between the two teams, rather than necessarily being objectively the best picks.
I loved how you guys adapted to the best of 5. The Vayne ban, the Sejuani pick, every single time trying to steal that from the enemy top laner. And the GP performance though, what made you think you had to switch at that time and just pick a GP, have more carry potential than a Vayne, maybe a lot more AoE damage?
We've played GP quite a few times throughout the split this split, and it's one of my go-to picks, and the team feel confident on me to land the kegs and do well on it. So we kind of just like it was mainly the ADC. We just said like just go back and play GP. I really want to see you play GP. I was like, oh, fine, I'm comfortable enough on it. So
I was wondering at the start of the best of 5. I saw you play like Kyle, you play like GP, Fiora, and I didn't really see you on any of those picks. I only saw you on Shyvana. That was kind of disappointing at the beginning. Really wanted to see that Fiora, maybe that split pushing or something like that.
Yeah, I do love Fiora. Fiora is such a good champion, but it's like hard to find comps in which it fits into. So it might bring it back out again, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, I was just saying because we didn't see the first game where you guys did actually win, so we were like, did they just give them a bye and then they're just like losing all these games? Like, what's happening here? Like, it was such a weird kind of series, and the steals and like the wombo combos were great, but like, so in the first game, briefly, I guess, kind of how did that go, and then what was the kind of the thought from that as well? Like, was it a landslide kind of thing, or did it kind of affect, did you go back to tactics in that game kind of thing, or just kind of see what happened?
Yeah, so game 1 was like the origin of the Vayne top, and we won with it.
Right.
And game 1 was maybe more akin to, I guess, game 4, in the fact that like I was on Ari mid, which is I guess more assassiny. The Victor wasn't in the game. We managed to 4-ban their jungler game 1 as well.
Yeah.
So it was sort of a situation where we got very ahead early off everyone basically winning their lanes individually, and then managed to win despite the fact that they had one of their more team fighty comms, just because we were so far ahead to begin with.
Yeah.
But there were maybe, in hindsight, warning signs in the game 1, because we were still losing or going very tight in team fights in the mid game, despite the fact that we must have been, I don't know, 5k, 6k ahead or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where game 1, maybe they were feeling out how they wanted to play the draft, and they weren't prepared for us to pick the Vayne top, and they weren't prepared for us to 4-ban out their jungler, for example.
Yeah.
So we still got the advantage due to having better draft prep, which mostly goes down to our coach, Mr. Icy Arrow. So I think that was still the advantage we got game 1. And then in terms of mindset, I think just because it's been a hot and long day, I think everyone just got a bit sort of tired and things. And then once you start losing on top of that, and they've been long games, and we're often ahead early and then losing out in team fights, or even early or whatever. I think it was less of a tilt thing, but more sort of, oh god, are we seriously going to lose this? Sort of tiredness factor, which is why maybe some of the less tired members on the team ended up stepping up and sort of innovating picks and went back to some old strategies, but I guess it worked out in the end.
Yeah.
When you are like 2-1, and you are the team that actually has 2 wins in a best of 5, you're constantly thinking we can't actually lose at this point, right? We have basically won, and you guys with one win only decided to just do the sweep, do 2 clean wins, and grab the victory.
Yeah.
There's always a psychological pressure you have the enemy when you only have 1 win in a best of 5. But speaking of upsets, actually in the other bracket we had an upset, phase 3 beating the first team in the standings with a 3-2 scoreboard. So you're going to be seeing phase 3 in the semifinals. What do you think about that? Have you already played against phase 3? What do you remember of them?
So we played phase 3 a few weeks ago, 3-4 weeks ago in the regular split, and I think we're going to expect a very different set of games from that to this, because they have a new player that was actually we know quite well. So he's joined them now, and he helped them get the 3-2 dub. So I think it's going to be a very difficult set of games, but I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Yep. Will be interesting to see how this 4th-place team actually beat the undefeatable Team Original Gaming in the first place. Looking forward to that. But one question I always do during interviews for both you two. Apart from yourself, who do you think was the MVP of this match, of this series?
I guess over the entire series, like even looking in losses, I'd give it to Akuya, my fellow interviewee, because I think he was the most consistent player across the 5 games. I think it's worth mentioning that until the last 2 games, Koza Trapball Jungler really stepped up.
Yeah.
But I think across the entire series, I would give it to Akuya.
I was looking at DM had a really good first 3 games for that seed. He was like everywhere, especially the 2 games we lost. Like that Viego and that Diana were so annoying to play, man.
Yeah.
Just resets on resets is so annoying. So we had to definitely ban that out. That's for sure.
And
Yeah,
Diana,
I'd probably
always the hassle.
DM. Yeah, DM was good.
Okay, so DM and Kroko. Spade, do you have any other questions for those two? That's it.
No, just like thanks for messing with my head. I've got to like reanalyze every off meta pick ever. Now I've witnessed a Zach bot lane, but yeah, no, it was great. We was just saying how it was such like a cinematic like series. It was like it had heartache. It had like a climax at the end with the Diana Baron steal and kills. Yeah, which like sealed the game sort of thing. But yeah, do you think? I mean, there's definitely probably picks in there. I reckon you'll probably agree where like you probably have to tweak on kind of a couple of things, won't you? And like, were there any kind of standout points where you're like, it was kind of new and you're like, oh, okay, it didn't quite work, or you're just kind of gonna still experiment with things going forward and pick a few things for the semi-final?
I think we'll definitely continue to experiment. I mean, I forgot to mention in time, but the game we won, the Zach support did pop off and win in that game, so it wasn't some random thing which came out. But I guess the thing we need to be careful of is realizing in any given series what is working for us in that specific setup, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
Rather than one method to apply to all sort of thing. Yeah.
Exactly, because like I said, I've been playing Control Mage, it's all split, it's worked fine, it's whatever. But the one game we won before the final 2 games, I was on a more assassiny pick, and then we won the last 2 games on a more assassiny pick.
Yeah.
And then similarly, almost all the games we won, Akuya was on more of a carry top laner. For example, the last few weeks we've been sticking to more of Yawns and things. So I think it's just important we recognise what's working on that particular day, because we're all different players. We're not pros, so we're not incredible at anything. So we just have to figure out what's working, what's finishing their mistakes best. So I think that'll be important going forward.
Interesting. Okay, fair enough.
Sure.
Great job. And last, if you want to give a shout out to someone, your coach or some players or your mom or your grandparents, you can make it now, and then we're gonna call it a day.
I'll, because you'll kill me otherwise, I'll shout out by ADC, who has a stream which he's posted in community streams, which he streams all our games from our point of view, and has a sort of YouTube channel and things, and a TikTok where he's posting clips and things. He tends to post lots of them in VL, so people have seen them, but yeah, certainly check him out, support him. And there you go, Andy. Now you don't have to leave the team.
Oh, how could you forget the Chulo shout out as well, though, Craft?
Yeah.
Oh my
We
god.
got our man Valk and the Chulo. Come on.
No, well, I can only do one at a time, and you can do. Yeah, so I'll support also works for a company which sponsors VL, which has also been announced and things, but obviously support him too. Support our support. Yeah.
See, guys, team who actually won the game drinks Chula drinks. That has to mean something.
True.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was all set in stone from the start. It was just a delay tactic. That's what it was.
Exactly. It's true.
You just whapped out, and then you won the games. Yeah.
Chulo gave us the energy. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Beach flavored. So
nice.
thank you all for playing today. Thank you all for sticking for the interview. And hope you guys had fun. Hope you guys are ready for the semifinal and ready maybe even for the finals as you're looking to fight against phase 3. And yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
No worries. Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Have a good rest. And everybody else that's watching the stream, thank you all for sticking with 5 games with us. We had some Lee Sin casting, we had some discussions about Chulo drinks, we had a lot of stuff, a lot of lag most of the times too, as you know, Riot Client sometimes does little tricks on you. But hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll see you back again in a few days with a new episode of Valence League. Smith, if you want to say some last words.
Oh yeah, just tune in next time. Yeah, we're all also you know, on the socials and all that. But yeah, ready for some more action. I mean, if that was just the group stage, ready for the semi-finals, baby. Yeah, all hyped for it. Let's go. Exactly. Cool.
See you in a few days, guys.
Yeah.
Good night.
See ya.